Now, I'm actually not sure if I properly labeled the stream or not, so I'm just going to take a quick second here and see how I've done it. I've got my coding options, which are good. But yeah, I mostly just want to make sure that people are able to see. Oh my. I mostly just want to make sure that people are able to find the game by the same tag, and I can never remember if I use a dash or a colon to say that it's a DLC. Looks like it's a colon. Okay, so my apologies for the later start. I know the most likely evening for that to happen is Friday, and that certainly has been true for the last little while. But I really started today hoping that today, it would be the one where I sort of set that ship aright, and didn't happen. So, but I'm here now, and I'm ready to stream as soon as I can find Cloudpunk. Where'd you go? There we are. All right. So, this probably is past the point of requiring some introduction, but let's jump into it, especially because I'd love to give people a chance to come in and get comfortable, listen to some good music. So this is the DLC for the game Cloudpunk. It's called City of Ghosts. I should note, of course, that Cloudpunk is currently on sale as part of the Steam sale. However, City of Ghosts was just recently released, and so I sincerely hope that one does not expect it to be on sale. It's, developers need to make a living. Yeah, it's definitely I like this quite a bit. This is the point where I should, of course, say that not only have I been given a key for the City of Ghosts DLC, but Iron Lads very kindly sent me a key for the base game Cloudpunk, which I enjoyed very much. But it cannot be said enough. We live in a time where companies like to do what they can to sort of bring on the authentic sheen. It unfortunately does create a situation which you will wonder, why you've been shown certain things, why people are pushing a particular product towards you. And I realize I'm part of that funnel, and my hope is that I can do that in a positive way, which is to say, hey, were you thinking about the game? I'm going to be playing it for a little while. Maybe this is for you. And you'll be able to help make a proper decision. But I also think that it's up to you to decide what the fact that a developer gave me a key for means, and whether or not that would make you want to discount your choice. And I'll be completely honest, like I am very easily pleased with games. I find it very difficult to recall games that I haven't enjoyed. You may be different. But with that in mind, I also don't want to completely flog myself over the idea that I've been given a key for promotional purposes. I think it is completely fair to say when I enjoy things and whether or not I think it's worth getting. And if you like Cyberpunk... Sorry, it looks like another session of OBS tried to open there. If you like Cyberpunk stories, and particularly if you like Cyberpunk stories, as in you enjoy, characters being able to learn what's going on in the city, learn a little bit more about the place, this is a game that definitely carries the story as well as the aesthetics of Cyberpunk, which is not necessarily something we can say for all of the games in this space. And more importantly, I think it's, we've been doing a lot of Industries of Titan lately, and so to be able to play a game with this really unique visual style is one that it's sort of fun. It's a chance for us to walk through basically see this art style from a different kind of perspective. I really think this game is outdone itself in terms of a visual style. One other thing I wanted to say very quickly, because I sort of half mentioned it at the start of the first stream that I did for City of Ghosts. But they are talking about Nivalis. I think it was announced around the same time as City of Ghosts. So here's the posting that they put out for it on May 26. Nivalis is a cyberpunk slice of life sim. We have more exciting news this week. We're happy to announce the next game we're working on. Nivalis is a cyberpunk slice of life sim set in the Cloudpunk universe. Choose how to spend your time each day and discover the wonders and dangers of this cyberpunk voxel city. Realistic weather simulation and day-night cycles included. I have got to sneeze, so I am going to stop reading the ad copy for a second. Yeah. It's the season. Grow your business, manage, furnish, and decorate your restaurant or nightclub. Furnish your apartment or buy a new one. Learn how to make the perfect dish or cocktail for your customers. Need a break? Why not go fishing or maybe explore the city? Grow your own food in greenhouses near the docks. Meet strangers, friends, customers, maybe lovers. This is Nivalis as you've never seen it before. It does have a couple of screenshots, so I do encourage you to check out. Oh, visually, we will be trying to push the voxel art to another level with more detailed characters and environments. We will keep you all updated on development, so make sure to add the game to your wishlist. So there are certainly some very impressive screenshots attached to this game. Which I proceeded to open a browser for and immediately regretted because I want to try and keep the stream at a decent level. But if you are, first of all, if you're a fan of Cloudpunk, I think this is one that you should be checking out. You could do a search for Nivalis, Nivalis. You can check out Ion Lands on Steam. However you choose to do it, it is available for a wishlist now. Of course, it does not have a release date yet, although it does have system requirements, so this might just be what they took from Cloudpunk, sort of knowing that they were going to go for a similar target. But needless to say, I really do think it's got a special look to it, and I actually am rather fond of Sims. Like this, curiously enough, if you were to describe Cloudpunk to me and describe Nivalis to me, Nivalis is actually probably the game I would want to play more. And it just so happens that the base game of Cloudpunk, and of course now the DLC, City of Ghosts, has really, really sold it for me. One last thing for me to mention before we jump into the game. City of Ghosts is a sort of sequel DLC. So if you play this game, if you open this game, it's going to give you a little window that pops up saying, do you want to play Cloudpunk or City of Ghosts? I suspect that you can probably enjoy the story of City of Ghosts without having played the base Cloudpunk game, but it certainly references things that have happened earlier on in the game. And in fact, one of my regrets is that I didn't realize I could have interactions with certain characters back in the base Cloudpunk game until a little bit later, and I didn't really take the time to go back and retread some of that territory. So with that in mind, definitely you can pick up Cloudpunk, and if you like it, you can pick up City of Ghosts, or you can pick up both at the same time. I think there's a bundled discount for it. But if you want to play City of Ghosts, if you want to play what is effectively the sequel, there's a separate tab for it, and it is obviously a DLC, but it is very much its own thing. And I would definitely say a very, very ambitious. It is a much bigger scope, and certainly the stakes are quite a bit higher. And so with that in mind, we are going to see our lovable rogue Hayes and carry on our story tonight. Sorry for the sort of mixed oh!
I do not have long. I feel very slow. Hello? Hova?
We saw this last time.
Jen, can you come online and help me? One last time. Could some of the other subsystems help? We used to talk before I was a dog.
Hey, Static Saturn.
Please.
Just
I need to
1
get
second
through
while I get through the
to this
dialogue.
control. We are in trouble. I am in trouble. I am going to die. I am not ready. I am not ready to go. Please. I am afraid. Please.
Camus, is that you? What happened to Rania? Look, I need you out of that hover. You're gonna ruin everything.
Cloudpunk controller, why is that dog in the car? This isn't what we agreed.
What is happening?
I can't tell you, Camus. You just need to go back to the apartment with Rania. I have everything figured out, but you are not where you're supposed to be.
What are you trying to pull here? We had a deal.
And we still do. Just let the dog go and we can sort this out. It's just a mix-up, Koga.
Well, this hover belongs to me now. I don't need either of you. Deal or not, this conversation is over.
Wait. I am running low on power. Please, if I can charge from the hover's main power cell, I can explain everything.
Camus, is Ronnie in trouble? Koga, let the dog charge from the hover.
No, that's not part of the deal. Better we lose the dog.
Wait,
I'm disconnecting the call and the hover. We're done here. All deals are off. You're both free to do whatever you want.
Free. I guess this is the end. I was just thinking how freedom is nothing but a chance.
You picked a great time to stop by, Static Saturn. I hope you're feeling cheery now. So this is what we ended on last stream. Let me just take a quick second here and say a proper hello. So I hope your haircut went well. Thank you for stopping by. For those of you who do not know Static Saturn, she's been building up her channel. I found her originally through Brian on the Rocks, who is he's a developer at Respawn. He does a wonderful job of sort of demystifying what goes on production for a very a large and popular game. An impossibly positive attitude, despite my unique approach to Twitch interaction, let's say. Static Saturn has been very tolerant of my behavior in golf with friends or friends that you're about to lose. And we have got Squano77, I believe her husband, if I've been paying attention correctly, who has been incredibly supportive of both her and Brian as well. In fact, Brian, I believe, has been supportive of Brian way back when I first met Brian. So two wonderful people who I've gotten a chance to meet through sort of reconnecting with an old friend, and ones who you get a chance to see on Twitch as well. So this is definitely not the golf map. Actually, I don't know how much you guys like narrative games, but I would definitely say Cloudpunk has got a really great style and a...
I just think you're a fucking prick. That's all.
Don't sugarcoat it, Darbo. Tell me how it really is.
I'm in Darbo.
Yeah,
My
you're
God.
a selfish fuck too. Anyone who has time to be depressed has too much time to think about themselves.
Hey, I admit I'm selfish, and maybe even a prick, but better people than me have genuine depression. It's a real thing.
Posting on the nest that you're struggling with your anxiety, going to therapy, mindfulness, building a ladder, it's all indulgence. No one wants to spend their time helping their fellow man and android. If they did, they wouldn't have so much time for self-reflection. You know what self-reflection leads to?
Drinking the wiper fluid because you're out of booze again?
Self-pity. Nivalis is a city filled with people who say they just need one thing to be happy. Job security, freedom, money, love. But if they got it, they complain about how much their lives have changed.
If it's okay with you, I might avoid taking financial advice from a homeless drunk.
Hey, homeless is a state I'm in right now, not a label for who I am.
Ugly, mean old drunk suits you more?
It's closer to the truth. But what are you, Hayes?
A handsome, cheerful drunk.
Maybe some days, but today you're sourer than the milk out of a dead sump rat's tit.
That is an accurate, though disgusting metaphor.
You still here?
I will not be leaving until I have made my arrest tomorrow morning.
See, I got plenty of reasons to be miserable tonight.
All self-inflicted, I'll bet.
Accurate. Again.
You drunk all my whiskey. At least cheer me up by telling me all the different ways you fucked up. Start with why you came back to Nivalis in the first place.
Well, it all started when... Hello, Hayes here, unless I owe you money, in which case, Hayes not here.
you owe everyone money.
Hey, it's the crone herself.
I hate that name. Call me anything else.
Jane, how the hell are you? Did you change your mind? Can I come back to work?
No.
Then why the fuck are you calling me?
I need a driver. Go pick up this Hava.
I don't know. Sounds to me like you want to give me my job back. Darbo, come with me. I've got something for you.
Okay, so this is going to be how we have the two characters
It's just
come
one
together.
shift. Then we'll see. You want it or not?
I need the money, so yeah, I knew you'd call me back, Jane. You're still sweet on me. I can hear it in your voice.
Fuck you.
Must be pretty desperate to ask me for help. You put a big wager on beating Creddy again? How much is he ahead by?
I think it is highly unwise to goad her when just moments ago you were crying and telling me that all you need is your job back and everything will be okay again.
Yeah, well, my life has changed in the last 90 seconds and I reserve the right to complain about it. Keep up.
Where are we going? And can we slow down? When I sleep on the street, my legs take longer to wake up.
Keep up, you old bastard. I got a surprise for you. Hey, Jane, what happened to this driver?
You don't need to know.
Well, I'm helping you out, so I deserve some background info. They get caught up in a hivequake? Traffic accident? Did Carmenus finally end up in the ocean?
Yes, but that's not it. Look, just go, sit in the hover, and wait for further instructions. Control out.
Bye-bye, Jane.
It absolutely was funny, Stack Saturn. Of course, I always feel a certain responsibility to try and not project myself over the game too much. But yeah, no, it definitely has got a really great tone. The one thing I will say, I don't remember the game being so sweary, and it might just because I'm sort of remembering it with rose-tinted glasses, and I'm actually struggling a little bit in terms of the age rating. So it's rated PEGI 16, which is obviously a little bit stronger than your average game, but like, so with me that in mind, like, I haven't put the mature tag on. And I took a look at the YouTube guides, and it seems like their big objection content-wise is if you have like lots of strong profanity sort of within the first few minutes. How long did it take me to build this Minecraft village, and what was it in creative? No, creative mode is way too easy, and I, in fact, not only did I build this in Minecraft, I, in fact, had to push Minecraft past its capabilities to create plasteel and all of the other characteristics. And it's generally okay. I think overall, I kind of pulled it off. Unfortunately, parts of it do keep falling into the sea every once in a while. So, caveat emptor, I guess. What are you talking about? No. I actually had the process of refining new materials. Modding is for cheaters. Yeah, I am not nearly creative enough to be able to do voxel art like this. I actually think the voxel arts have gotten even better in this one here. I remember the private executive, sort of the hideout, that had a lot of just wonderful detail on the side of how many blocks did it take to build the rolling clouds in the sky. Well, the nice thing is that once you hit a certain level of industrialization, you generate enough pollution to make the sunsets look really beautiful. So this is actually just a byproduct of me building the rest of the city. But yeah, it's definitely a game which is a lot more about sort of having the experience and going through and looking at it. So I know when I watch Stack Saturn play, it'll often be more competitive games like Apex Legends, games like Golf with Friends, which is obviously the one which is the most elite of all of the competition games. Rainbow Six Siege is another one. Obviously there are others, Ratchet and Clank, but this is definitely a game which, as you can see, I've been able to turn into chances to talk about some of the ideas behind the game, or in this case, to be able to interact with some broadcasters that I like. And what it means is it's going to be something where you get to enjoy the story, you get to enjoy the experience, sort of let it wash over you a little bit more, rather than a case where you're like, there is the driving bits, but I'm not entirely sure I sit down and say that, oh yes, I remember the time I took that turn, it was really, really tight and I almost hit a guy, but I didn't. And that was the essence of Cloudpunk to me. Obviously being able to talk about the people and what they want and how all of the different things that are getting in the way of them being able to achieve those wants is far more interesting than kind of going in and trying to shoot the assassin android or something like that. A story skipper? Oh my goodness, yeah. So Cloudpunk is probably a better one for you to watch rather than play. Although naturally, I fully expect that you'll all go out and fully support Ion Lands by buying multiple copies of Cloudpunk for yourself and your friends. Anyways, I think it is time that we go into the Hava. So right now we've been playing the character from the base game, Rania, and then Hayes, who is this new character, sort of a drunken gambler who is running any number of scams. We've got Morpho, who is a recruit to the police. He's a very, very eager new recruit. So he starts his first shift tomorrow and wants to get an early start on his arrest. So once we basically have until the start of his shift before he arrests us. And I was wondering how these two stories would collide, but in this particular case
All
here,
right, you dragged me away from
we're
the
about to
best
find
sleeping
it.
spot I had in weeks. For what?
For this?
This old Hova?
Yeah.
He's a junker.
Correction. It's your junker.
You giving me a Hova? What's the catch?
It's stolen. The repulsors are clogged with gray mold. It's perhaps the slowest vehicle in the whole city, including the bicycles. It smells like me.
And?
And that's it. Get in. I'll go pick up my new Cloudpunk Hava, and then you can keep this one.
I do not believe Cloudpunk is giving you the Hava. I think they are simply allowing you to use it for one shift.
Have some faith, Morpho. My luck is turning. You haven't seen me in action, and Control forgot how good I really am. The best underground delivery driver in the city.
That was true when you were the only underground delivery driver in the city.
I've always been a trendsetter.
All right. So I've neglected repairs just in order to try and save a little bit of money.
So, you were telling me all about your problems.
Was I? I've kind of moved on. We're on the upswing here.
I maintain an accurate list of all the outstanding crises affecting the gambler, embezzler, Hava thief, and substance abuser. Corpsec number 16HNJX, registered criminal, Hayes. Despite a decided improvement in Mr. Hayes' temperament, the status of all these crises remain the same.
Let's hear him, Courtbot.
Currently, 17 individuals have threatened Hayes with death. I estimate 12 of these threats are genuine.
That ratio.
He has attempted to reinitiate contact with 3 ex-partners.
Any luck?
What do you think?
He has intimated that a high-profile crime boss plans has put a bounty on his head. And if he does not pay off his debt by sunrise, his body will be fed into a hydraulic trash press.
Live like trash, die like trash.
Darbo, did I ever tell you you're my best friend?
Keep talking, Courtbot.
I am unaware of where Hayes was before tonight, or why he returned to the city. But by morning, he will be arrested by me and charged to the fullest extent of corporate law.
If I survive that long.
It's a good job you have the bot around to keep track of all the people who want you dead.
I write it all down, too.
The Book of Grudges?
Carry it with me all the time.
Courtbot in it?
We'll see. I left a blank space for him.
You put your own name in there?
Stick to drinking and swearing, Darbo. Psychoanalysis does not suit you.
Just wanted to let the dialogue go before I...
So, this is it? You're back with Cloudpunk just like nothing happened?
Looks like it.
Why are you giving me this Hova? It's a bad move. I'll just wreck it. Sell it for booze. Get drunk, forget where I parked it, and... yeah, I don't know. This is a mistake, Hayes.
I would also like to know why you are giving him your vehicle. You have many outstanding debts, and this Hava could be put towards paying some of them. The people you owe money to.
Sometimes you don't realize what you don't want till you've got it.
Highly irregular.
Nah, Courtbot, commonplace. You see a homeless black man being given a free Hova in Nivalis every day.
You won't squander it, Darbo. You're not as much of a fuck-up as you think you are.
Well, thanks. Thank you, Hayes.
See you around, old man.
Hey, before you go, I got one piece of advice for you that you won't like, but you should hear.
Go on then.
Run away.
Do not follow this advice.
I'm serious. Just go. Go anywhere. Sometimes it feels like you're the center of the universe when people are chasing you. But the trails go cold, people move on. All you gotta do is run. Before you know it, you're not the main character anymore. Someone else is, and everyone else who is chasing you will barely remember your name.
I tend to stick around in people's memories for a long time.
I'm gonna tell you something that will change your life, Hayes.
Ready for my mind to be blown over here?
There's no difference between memories and stories.
All right, we've got a very important VIP in the chat. We've got Brian on the rocks. Now, I think I kind of stumbled a little bit in terms of being able to speak about the really wonderful qualities of Static Saturn. But the really good news is that being able to talk about the kinds of people that you meet through others, the sort of people that they hang around with, can give you a very good, can definitely give you a very good sort of highlight as to how great they are. Got to teach because yesterday was a holiday. Oh, that's right. You're doing. I forgot that you had to shift stuff because of the holiday. But I was mentioning when Static Saturn stopped by that I had found her through Brian on the Rocks, who is somebody who I think has an indirect part to play in my continuing to be on Twitch. He created this this space in Vancouver called EXP. I had gone to do basically there was a meetup that was being held there, and I just gotten off of doing sort of an Extra Life charity thing. It was supposed to be a one-off, but I got some very warm reception. The funny thing is that my experience of my first day on Twitch, my expectation was that nobody would be watching except people who wanted to do the charity thing. But because it was Extra Life, a lot of people stopped by. And a lot of people were very encouraging in terms of saying, when do you normally stream? And I'm like, well, I was just going to do this as like a one-off. And they're like, well, if you keep doing it, I'll show up. So of course, then I had the experience of 0 viewers like everybody else does. But of course, this is before affiliate and all of that. So based off of that response, I'm like, well, I guess I should kind of find out how Twitch works. And it was this restaurant that Brian ran that was the place where all of that happened. How often do I stream? I stream 3 times a week, Monday, Wednesday, Friday. I have something of a flexible start time, so it's usually between 7 to 8 Eastern. I'm starting late tonight, but that's usually that's something that can happen on Fridays. I get like way too drunk, so I need to. Friday is kind of my day to decompress. But in addition to, being someone of many talents, the one thing I've always found very difficult for myself is to go into business for myself. I don't know how to price myself. And so whether it is someone like the Eyes of Sin, who did my emotes and I know has been, looking to do more work, they've done a really impressive job being able to go out there, get their name out, be able to assign a price to their work and get people to follow through. Brian was, in addition to being a very talented game designer, is someone who, went out and put themselves on the line to open this bar. And it's one that I think still highly enough now that I have my little gold VIP card for it. I keep it in my wallet as sort of as a bit of a memory. And one of the reasons why I talk about these things is not, I know that there is something of a culture on Twitch of everything being the best ever. And of course, the challenge from a broadcasting point of view is that there are actually a lot of very good streams out there, right? Everybody wants to tell you about their stuff. Everybody wants to, get you to see their things, and it's all very good, right? You are spoiled for choice in terms of quality streams. And one of the things that I can definitely say for my own part is not just to talk about the qualities of these people as broadcasters, but to try and give you an idea in terms of who they are as people and some of the things that you will be seeing in terms of their broadcast. It's been a lot of fun to sort of watch Static Saturn's channel grow so quickly, and to be able to see all of the supportive people kind of come around them. Saturn's been very kind to invite me for sort of these little guest runs, either in private or on public streams with Gartic Phone and golf with friends. Brian on the Rocks is completely irrepressible in terms of his positive attitude. And again, this is in the face of my normal chat behavior. And I mean, one of the things that is so impressive, like I'm not complete, like I think probably people who see my Brian seems to be one of the people who kind of gets my Twitch trolling. He's usually able to sort of decode the either the serious intent behind it or like the point that it's sort of provoking inside of it. But even when I'm just being downright silly, Brian has this incredible ability to spin any troll into gold. So whether it's me or whether it's somebody on Twitter who is genuinely being a jerk, Brian has this incredible ability to be able to see the best in people and to be able to turn that into something that is productive for people. And he does this all the while playing a competitive game like Apex Legends, you know, playing it at a fairly good level on this barbaric controller that it seems to be attached to all of these. It kind of wants to be a mouse and a keyboard, but it doesn't have nearly enough buttons, and like the mouse is sort of fixed in place like one of them roller balls that you see in like old movies. But anyways, like he's got everything running against him, playing on a console and being a game developer and all of that. He's able to do all of that stuff. He is able to teach people, like teach an audience about where things go, to be able to extract the valuable bits out of criticism, while also still being able to frame them in a positive light. And where you'll see me do things like pause a game to really talk about something, or I'll like wander around the block every once in a while. I wanted to like pause this because Rania is currently poisoned and I don't like the idea of like just waiting to save her. It's really worth mentioning that Brian does this where all of his attention is really being drawn by the game. Also, another thing that I think is really cool is that he's been doing some demos from the Next Fest on Steam. And he's been doing these really good sort of breakdowns about what makes them work. He looked at a local game, which I was interested in. And what I thought was really neat was he was able to sort of highlight specifically some things that I sort of felt were off about the game, but I didn't really have the grammar to be able to say, I'm not quite sure why I feel like this isn't working right now. And Brian was able to, in a very short period of time, be able to sort of break it down into its components. And so while I'm not a designer myself by any stretch of the imagination, I think Brian did a wonderful job of sort of raising sort of my level of understanding to a point where I felt that I had a better understanding of this thing that I sort of experienced myself. But gotta go set up the stream. Yeah, no, absolutely, Stack Saturn. I saw your comment before. I'm sorry to spend so much time talking and not showing you Cloudpunk, but have a great stream. I'm sure I will see you later tonight. And to wrap up things for Brian on the Rocks, because he is somebody I definitely feel quite strongly in terms of you all checking out. On top of all of this stuff, he has been raising money for charities. He just finished the Palestine Children's Relief Fund, and I believe now he is doing something in support of the, I think, support networks for Canada's Indigenous community, which has obviously been seeing some terrible news, or possibly maybe we are being reminded of terrible news that, of course, that community has been living with for centuries to a certain degree, or perhaps at least a century and a half, depending on however you want to look at this stuff. But obviously, in terms of Canada, we have there have been some residential schools, there have been some graves that have been unearthed. Definitely over 100 bodies found in Kamloops. There was one found in Saskatchewan recently. I've been a little. This one is a tough one to report because I believe there were 700 bodies found in the grave. However, it is often being reported that with 700 children found in that, and I don't believe that's true. I believe the difficulty with that one is that it is a grave site, some of which will be children, but I believe there are other bodies there as well. And this communicates to a much deeper problem, which is that the record keeping on this has not been what we would want. And I believe there are cases of people who are withholding documents, despite promises of doing otherwise. Needless to say, it is something that is very important for Canada to properly recognize, and that is going to be a process that we need to go through. It's also very important to remember that there is a human element to this. There are people who have still, have lived through the residential schools, who have survived it, and of course know people who didn't. And so, again, it's a very worthwhile charity that Brian is raising money for, and so is somebody who deserves being recognized for that. Yeah, and of course that's the important thing, which is the bodies that have been uncovered so far is always a so far number, and it is good that they are finally being able to properly account for the measures, or probably get a proper count of these things. But of course, we are at the beginning of this process, something where we're going to be very likely hearing more bad news, and as a result, it's a time where I think probably that money for donation is going to be going to it's definitely going to be used. It's not always the most pleasant thing to talk about, but then again, we're also talking, we're in a cyberpunk dystopia right now, right? Sometimes science fiction is one of the ways that you can look at unpleasant things and be able to appreciate a perspective that you might get very defensive on, right? I'll maybe close it on this, because obviously I've opened up a little bit of a can of worms. There was a movement in Canada right now, which was to sort of, I hate to use culture war terms, but to cancel Canada Day. And I don't know if I'd say I'm sympathetic, but I have enough empathy to understand where people are coming from in terms of that. And one of the things that is really important to remember in moments like that is when you are in the face of someone who says cancel Canada Day, that this country is a just rotten to the core and irredeemable, we should not be celebrating Confederation. The natural response, if you don't believe that yourself, and I will say I actually don't believe in canceling Canada Day myself. That doesn't mean that I don't think others should be able to express the different view, but I'll try and articulate my own point. What's important is that it's very easy to get defensive and say, well, what about ... and that shuts you off. That isn't an opening to a discussion. That isn't really going to help. That's very likely going to lead to hurt feelings and misunderstandings, or just outright offense. I'm certainly not someone who knows everything, and I definitely can appreciate that some things that I say can be hurtful intentionally or not. My own feeling on the Canada Day thing is that obviously any country is going to have a certain ideal, and I think very much the case of the residential schools, among other cases in Canada, is a failure to live up to that ideal. And what I think is important here is that we recognize those failures so that we can correct them. That my ultimate goal is that Canada continues to develop to realize its potential and realize that ideal, and that abandoning that project would be a great shame, because it is I went to school at UBC. That is on the unceded territory of of an Indigenous community. It is a case where the collaboration led to a wonderful university and a period of time in my life that I remember very fondly, and it's not all that far away. It's an example that I would sort of take of myself as being a case where being able to create more harmony inside of the country can create better understanding, and it can create purely positive outcomes. However, if we ignore the negative sides, then we're not going to improve. And there is a very strong tendency that when people hear those sorts of things, they're not listening to the part that can lead to the improvement. And ultimately, that's why while I disagree with the point, I do think it's also important to hear people out. Because if I were to only judge my positions based on my worst articulation of them, I think people would not really feel very warm to my certain points of view. But for my own part, I also think the really important part on this one is not to just say, well, let's keep Canada Day and everything will be fine. It's to say that we recognize that we've not yet completed the project, that there is a lot more work that we need to do, and definitely an admission of cases where we have maybe been a little too comfortable in looking the other way when there are when there are certain parts of our history that are much more recent than I think people appreciate. And that's why that's the longest you've heard me talk without making a joke. Yeah, I don't know. I'm a different person when I broadcast. But I don't know. I didn't intend to talk about the residential schools, but I don't know. I'll put it to you this way: if Brian's getting started on his stream, and he can find the time to talk about it, what business do I have ignoring it, right? Being able to talk about important stuff is, I think that's good. It's maybe something I should do more often. And of course, it does. I was talking a little bit about science fiction stories and that. It's important to remember, right? What's one of our most famous examples of a science fiction story? H.G. Wells' The War of the Worlds, where people from another planet come to take over. And this is a story written at the height of the British Empire. Obviously, there's a deeper point being made there. And it's, I think something that's definitely worth taking the time to reflect on. And whether the story comes through under the guise of science fiction so that you can get the right perspective to think about something that you might kind of put your defenses up immediately for, or whether you just talk with someone and appreciate that they are another person, that they have their own experiences and their own understanding, and that there is a space in which you can have a productive dialogue even when there is a disagreement. It's important to have the conversations. It's important to sometimes to get into the weeds, as long as that conversation always remains respectful. So hopefully my own ignorance on these issues has not made me sound like too much of a goon. If you feel that I've stepped in the wrong spot regarding Indigenous issues in Canada, I certainly have a lot that I can learn. But I hope that I have not been unfair to the treatment of the topic. And more importantly, I will recognize that Brian is doing much more important work than I am on this, as somebody raising money for it. So on that note, I'm going to come back to Cloudpunk. One of the things that I love about Cloudpunk is that we have been able to talk about a lot of serious issues through the game. However, it has usually been in the context of me playing the game and having the experience. So the one thing I don't want to do, though, is bring up a serious topic like that and then just sort of say, yeah, but there's video games to play right now. So I apologize for those of you who didn't want the impromptu lecture, but I didn't get to talk to you on Canada Day. So let's jump back in, and if you have anything else you want to say, I'm happy to see it inside of the chat. Did I actually do the shout out button for Brian? I'm an idiot. I'm sorry. And for those of you who didn't see it before, there's statics. But for all I know, it's just it's just the static and Brian crowd who's watching right now. So let's get back to it. So we are about to save Camus, I suspect. Camus is our AI who we've finally gotten back into a dog body.
Accessing the deep Corpsec data path is forbidden.
Wow, this thing is amazing. What is that smell, though?
Soap.
Set up real nice, too. They lowered the base, shaved the steering column, paddles for quick shifts. Almost no give in the repulsor pedals. Real speedster owned this Hava before me.
It is highly probable that they were retired in a traffic accident.
How could they have died in a traffic accident? Morpho, we're in their Hava.
That is true.
Using your acute detective skills, where do you think they left the ignition key?
In the ignition?
Nope, the seat's still warm. Feels like we're boosting this. I could tear the dash panel and bypass the... Sometimes I forget your Corpsec.
If you care to admit how many Havas you have boosted, I can add them to your record.
Would never consider it, officer. Almost, officer.
There is a dog in the back seat.
A dog? Weird.
An android. He is off the grid for some reason. His battery is almost completely drained.
Yeah, we all got problems. Hey, I found the ignition key. Let's take this thing for a ride. Really, open her up.
I think he is dead.
Poor fella. We should go get another drink, too. I'm sobering up here.
Oh, this is horrible.
This seat first.
I could plug him into the main Hava power. It would prevent his memories and personality being erased.
What? Oh, sure, why not? I don't think my karma can handle letting a dog die.
Okay, he is connected. I think it's too late, though.
So just a quick aside for those of you who didn't watch last stream, the character that we spent all of the previous, like all of base Cloudpunk with has been poisoned. The dog went into the car to try and get help. And this new character that we've only sort of seen in fragments, we're quite literally being made to drive away from this character that we're really invested in. This is a wonderful choice, but curse the writer and the developer for making me do this.
Well, we did everything we could. Let's roll.
Wait, something is wrong.
Stop being such a downer. We're finally catching a break.
Hayes, please consider. Could this be a trap?
No. And what do you care if it is? You want me caught.
By CorpSec, and arrested by me personally. But you have many other enemies.
Okay, Captain Caution. You may have a point.
I have not yet attained the rank of captain. And my name is Morpho.
This fucking guy.
What are you doing? You are not using the ignition.
Right. I've got jank on a data drive. I'm replacing this Hava's automata.
Without paying for an automata upgrade? This is an illegal hack. You are doing an illegal hack. I am watching you do the hack right now. I can see the hacking. I am adding this to your record.
Go ahead. Jank, I've rooted this thing. You got access to the firmware? Who owns this Hava?
Oh yeah! New Hova owner registered in it, good sire. Remote access enabled for the max load to Curzona senior recruiter Koga Bind.
Son of a bitch. Koga's still mad at me, huh? This isn't a Cloudpunk Hava at all.
I do not understand.
Jane set me up, sold me out to Curzona.
You have avoided their trap. This is a relief. So you will leave the Hava behind and we will make our escape?
Hell no. Jank, you can override the Curzona control, right? But make it invisible, understand?
That's a roger, roger.
Give me a nav point for Cloudpunk HQ and leave a channel open for Koga. I bet he'll want to talk. Nope.
Gotta go off to teach things. Have a great Cloudpunking. No problem at all, Brian. Thank you very much for stopping by. Go teach these people something so I can have some more games to stream and play. I'm sure I will see you somewhere on the twitch.tv. Always a pleasure to have you in. Next time I'll spend less time talking about you and showing you some more games. Have a good one.
Hayes, good to speak with you again. How have you been?
Great, just great. Really missed you, old pal. You recruited anyone good recently?
I had my eye on someone, but I passed him up to have this reunion with you instead.
You passed them up? Oh, I hope that was the best move, old buddy.
I'm confident it was.
Confident? Really? Good, good. Glad I'm worth the cost you paid.
You don't sound worried.
The damnedest thing, Koga. I'm not worried. Not at all. Isn't that weird?
You'll be wondering why your hover is being routed straight to Curzona HQ right now. Let me explain. Your old buddy, Control, sold you out. You must have pissed Jane off pretty badly. I wonder if you finally learned that screwing over all your friends will eventually catch up with you.
I haven't learned a thing.
You messed up, Hayes. When we get you back at HQ, we'll be going over that contract you broke with us. Line by line.
Can't wait.
You really are an infuriating man. It's like you don't even care. You know, my father used to say that some people are solutions looking for problems. But you're worse than that. You're a problem looking for more problems.
And my father used to say, don't take criticism from people you wouldn't accept advice from.
This call is over. At Curzona HQ, we'll settle this.
I don't think so, buddy. You see, you didn't reckon with my new sidekick, Morpho. He's the greatest detective in Navalis, and he pegged your trap as soon as we got in the Hava. We hacked the navigation system and routed the firmware. This is my Hava now. So I don't think I'll be seeing you at Curzona HQ anytime soon.
What in Cora's name are you talking about? Are you drunk?
Ah, don't worry, Koga. I know you're getting on in years, but you'll figure it out.
Why must you antagonize him? Why must you antagonize everyone?
It is his way. But it doesn't matter. This is just delaying the inevitable.
See you later, buddy. Thanks for the Hava. Jank cut him off before his old heart gives out.
I'll see you in.
Alright, I'm really bad at crashing into stuff in this. I've been trying with Hayes. I think there's a debt that I need to pay off, so I've really been trying to skimp on the repairs. Catch is that I'm not going to... like, what was interesting was when I took that approach on Hayes' old Hava, that actually paid off because it just meant that there was this really banged up vehicle that I wound up giving away to the homeless person. And in this time around is Rania's Hava, which I'm probably going to wind up spending more time with. We'll see if we can make a little bit more money before repairing, but again, I think the quality of my driving is going to be the big determining factor in this.
Why did we come to Cloudpunk HQ? You could have just called control from your Hava.
Just keep quiet and don't draw attention to yourself. They don't like corp bots around this district. Jank, get me control on the comm now.
Calm ringtone noises in your ear.
My comm says this is Haste calling. Hopefully someone just mugged and killed him.
Hey, Jane. How you been, you old crone?
Motherfucker, how do you keep not dying?
You're relieved. Just a little. I can hear it in your voice.
Fine. You dodged Koga, for now. Give me back the Hava and disappear, and I won't ever talk to you again.
I have a counteroffer. I keep the Hava, you give me the shift you offered me, and I help you beat Creddy. Which I will, of course. Then you give me a contract at Cloudpunk again.
No, no, no.
Is that a maybe?
She said no. Thrice.
You better disappear. I'm serious, Hayes. Look, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. Koga is a son of a bitch, and I don't want to give anyone up to him. Even you. But I was desperate, and you were asking for it.
This is the worst apology ever. You agree, right, Morpho?
Yes. It is a low-quality apology.
Who is that? You know what? I don't care. Haste, just run. Scram. The gangers, Curzona, I'll just tell them all I don't know where you went.
I'm outside. I'm coming up for coffee.
What? No! Fuck no! You idiot, Haste! You fucking idiot!
Buzz me up. Or I can wait for someone to let me in if you prefer. I wonder who I'll meet at the door. No matter who it is, I know they'll be surprised to see me. Hey, do you still have that old coffee machine in the staff room? The one that sounded like a Vink tube when you turned it on?
Just get the hell away from Cloudpunk HQ, and then we'll talk, okay?
No, it tells me to leave the area. Never mind.
Wow, Jane, way to make a guy feel welcome. You really stuck your neck out for someone, didn't you? And screwed me over in the process. And now you don't want the diamonds upstairs to find out what you've been up to. Collaborating with Curzona, giving up this high-spec Hava, those are pretty risky moves.
You know me. Born to gamble. Can we cut through all the rat shit?
Sure, I've had my fun.
I sold you out for a friend. I can give you some jobs. I mean, fuck, I need a driver right now. Not just to beat Creddy, to make my quota for the night. You know what they do to a controller who doesn't make their tally?
Sure I know. I made the rules.
Right. Well, I got 3 jobs. 3 of the worst jobs you could ask for. You shouldn't be thanking me for these. These are clients no one else wants.
Hook me up.
Fine, but you ain't keeping that Hava.
I can turn right around and come back, you know.
I can't let you have it, officially. But if it was lost...
If what was lost? I don't know what you're talking about.
Right.
It was the Hava. She was talking about the hover.
I really do
Okay,
like
I got the
more of
first
those
job
lines.
for you. Sending a nav point. And if anyone asks, your name is Barry, you're new, and you're just covering one job for the night.
So one thing that's kind of funny, I mean, I realize I'm not going to be saying anything that most people who would be watching the stream are not.
Shall my undercover identity be?
Oh, the incredibly quiet droid who keeps his head down.
Is there anything else I need to know about this pseudonym?
Just shut up. This goes for both of you. If you want to help me out here, just please, both of you, shut up.
Can do, boss. But can you tell us about these 3 impossible jobs first?
Just the first one. Dead drop from some android. Wants a driver to pick up a set of instructions and then collect all his belongings from multiple locations. More details will be provided with the package. Control out.
She is warming up to me.
I am not sure that is true.
Let's go get our package first. Guess what, Morpho? You're a delivery driver now. Or a delivery driver's assistant, at least.
I am not your assistant.
Partners, then. Hey, Morpho. Welcome to Cloudpunk.
So, I was reading.
There's nothing here. No one home. Place looks like it's been fucking deserted for months.
Need you swear so much?
That's what I was asking.
Abso-fucking-lutely. You know, you're allowed to swear even if you're a fucking corp bot.
I prefer not to. It is unseemly.
I agree,
Come
Morpho.
on, try it. It feels good. You can even call me a shithead if you like.
I prefer to save it for when I really mean it. And perhaps you should check the mailbox.
Hey, Morpho, I may never say this again, so listen close. Good fucking job. There's a comm here with a note taped to the side.
What does the note say?
Weird. It says they found the tape, but did they have the smarts to chase the white rabbit all the way down its hole?
My detective instincts module indicates this may be a clue. There is an 80% chance that this message is a riddle.
I don't think it's that complicated, Morpho. Let's play the message in the Hava.
The dame found the tape.
Oh,
Or
Huxley.
At least I hoped it was the dame.
Nope.
What is a dame?
Quiet.
She was 1 in a million, but if she had Pashta at her side, I guess that made 2. I don't believe in happy endings, but if there was a way to build a better future for those 2, I'd make it out of hopes and dreams and hard graft. I'd have to be smart, though. This was a high-stakes game, and if I rolled the dice, I'd have to know in advance I was gonna come up lucky 7s. The problem was, every time I closed my eyes, the game played out the same. Snake eyes burning into my mind like 2 hot coals on bare skin.
Please translate for me, as I have no idea what he is saying.
Me neither, Morpho. Maybe we should have listened to Jane. This job seems like a hassle already.
At the end of the day, it didn't matter if the dame got the message or some other schmo picked it up. As long as they worked for Cloudpunk and could follow some simple instructions, they'd make it through the night. If not, Rubric would smash out their teeth and kill them for mumbling.
Foolish android. I have no teeth.
First stop was back at the epicenter of the small explosion that scattered my body all across the neighborhood. I'd met my fate in the Hollows, in a little district that was once called Robot Hack Falls. Maybe the dame was wondering how I recorded a message after I was dead. I had to dispel any hope before it took root. Rumors of my demise were entirely accurate. I was deader than disco.
Explosion? I guess this really is a dead drop.
I hope he stays dead.
Ooh, bit harsh, Corpbot.
Mad King Brutus coming in with 18 months of subbing. Thank you so much for stopping by. It is great to see you again. I actually felt a little bad messaging you on Origin, but I was seeing you were really enjoying Legendary Edition, so my commenting got the better of me, and I wanted to remark on it. it looks like it gave you what you were looking for, because I know the multiplayer meant a lot to you, and I know that didn't, or at least so far as I can tell, that didn't wind up in. But more importantly, I'm happy to see you. Obviously, I know work has been a bit of a drag. Work has been a bit of a drag for me, to be completely honest. But I know stuff has changed for you. So the fact that you're able to stop by either means that you're making a big sacrifice on your time, or things have at least changed, hopefully in a positive way. And I get a chance to see you again. I really appreciate the sub. But more importantly, it's really nice to see your name in chat again.
I'm no fan of the law, but a PI with a screw loose? That appeals.
Of course you respect the delusional android who speaks from the grave about being a detective while mocking the real law enforcement android sitting right next to you.
For someone who hates me, you sure do want my approval.
I do not hate you. Indeed, I have developed a grudging admiration for your total lack of morality and low-level animal cunning. And, of course, your ability to imbibe huge quantities of mind-altering substances while continuing to operate with moderate ability.
What do you think of this android detective, then? I mean, what do you think we're gonna find in the spot where he exploded?
I have observed that when people know death is imminent, there are two main desires that manifest.
They think about all the people they should have had sex with and all the parties they shouldn't have left early?
No, they want to tell their loved ones that everything will be okay without them. Or they seek revenge on those who wronged them.
When I finally go out, I hope I'm so high I don't even notice.
Were I a gambler like you, I would take that bet.
I'm really sorry to hear that, Brutus, but I'm glad that you've got at least a little bit of time. Fortunately, the guest came back negative, so your own results should turn back negative sometime today. You got tested yesterday. That's great to hear, yeah. I actually only just recently got my shot. As I think I've said a couple of times, I've been pretty unhappy with how Ontario has managed the COVID vaccine rollout. I think there was a lot of political pressure on them to do better, and the way that they... Oh my god, sorry. I don't know if you can see what happened, but... I just lost the window. Okay, I think we're back. Yeah, there was definitely a lot of political pressure for them to get the numbers back up, and people were not buying. They're blaming the federal government. Unfortunately, the way that they decided to handle that was basically to just get rid of all of the different tiers. Made the they just kind of opened it up for everyone in one big go, and so as a result it was, and they also didn't add the capacity for doing the vaccinations. So essentially it meant that where previously there was this ordered system, it was all of a sudden like everybody would just get it whenever. I think there was all of 10 minutes when the site opened where people could actually book a vaccine. And so I was looking to a point where I would be fully vaccinated sometime late October. But to their credit, it looks like things have sort of leveled out a bit. Oh yeah, the other thing that drove me crazy was that apparently the majority of appointments were actually being missed because people were not able to cancel them. And so not only was the system slammed and people not able to get vaccines that wanted them, but it was the case that the ones that were being booked were basically being taken up and ultimately not producing a vaccination. So I think the cancellation thing is still a problem, but I believe they're still working on it. But again, like if I'm going to criticize, I should also recognize when improvements have been made. And I will say that I've been able to rebook my second vaccination into August, which I think is not too bad under the circumstances. I'm also not an at-risk population. I'm still relatively young. I mean, obviously, by COVID standards, I'm not like, we're still in a point where we're not vaccinating people under 18. So like that's young. But like my age is not resulting in me getting any, any special treatment. So, I obviously am low on the list of priorities. I think it's right that I'm low on the list of priorities. It's just, it's one thing to kind of build a set of plans around a particular vaccination strategy, and then to just have a situation where, fewer vaccinations are happening due to political expediency. And the fact that that was corrected is something that I equally need to recognize. I do hope yours gets fixed, though. And again, I'm glad to hear that you are expecting a negative result. Although, from what I understand, the test isn't the most pleasant experience.
Let's play the rest of the message and see what we're supposed to do next.
They needed to find the remains of my logical induction chip. It was made of nanoscale carbide, so it would survive any blast. The only problem was finding it in the hollows would be like spotting a needle in a needle stack. That place was a technology graveyard, and one more tombstone wouldn't be easy to find.
I do not understand. We need to find an induction chip, but also a needle, and they are in a grave with a tombstone?
Just the chip, Morpho. You think you can help me out?
Yes. I have a visual processing mode which allows me to find and filter items based on the...
Blah, blah, blah. Just find the induction chip thingy, please.
It is really neat. I really like some of the little moments here. Like, I like how you can kind of walk through this environment and get like a few just really nice, like almost photos. Oh man, does this have a photo mode? Oh, that would be something. That would be something great. Imagine if they added a photo mode to this game, or maybe they have and I just don't know about it. But okay, that's good to hear. But yeah, one way or the other, Brutus, it's, I'm always happy for the sub, obviously. But I'm really glad to see you. Not so crazy about the days off. I hope you're still getting paid. But I'm glad that we at least get a chance to catch up. So I don't remember if you got a chance to watch me play Cloudpunk, but Ionlands kindly reached out and offered a key for City of Ghosts. I didn't know the time that it was going to be released, so I actually have to put Hollow Knight on hold for a little while I go through this. Not that this is a hardship by any stretch of the imagination, but I've really enjoyed... hiding in plain sight. Let's see what the game has to say about this. On a more advanced Android, this
Here it is. What do you make of it?
This form of chip can be considered a kind of black box for an android.
So it will tell us what happened to him?
No, this particular chip is from a low-quality batch, limited in storage and subject to degradation. At most, it might provide some fragmentary data storage, but I would not count on its accuracy.
You really sure you want to join CorpSec, Morpho?
Please cease your attempts to wriggle free from the repercussions of your actions. I will arrest you in the morning. Nothing can change that.
Blah, blah, but seriously, just think about it. You could be a detective like this Huxley dude. You could help people, or at least try. You really believe all that corporate PR bullshit?
Successful corporations engender successful societies. I have no time for the anarchists who believe corporations should have fewer rights than regular people.
You really are bought into the bullshit then. You don't just like the shiny uniform?
I am not averse to the uniform.
I fucking knew it!
So, on a more advanced Android, this would hold memories, personality, and maybe even consciousness. This faulty chip probably holds no more than a few kilobytes of data, likely corrupted. And Camus might actually be dead, Mad King Brutus. There was a bit of dialogue that was not looking good for our dog companion. Rania is in this, though, and is currently poisoned and possibly running into a grim fate herself, but we'll see.
I guess by now the dame had found the chip, but that was the easy part. I was about to send her into the lion's den with nothing but her wits and a handful of half-truth to keep her safe. Thankfully, the dame had the brains and the chutzpah to pull this off. And if it all went south and she had to run, no
Whoa! What's happening?
Almost no one.
You are enjoying this.
I gotta admit, I'm on the hook now. Let's see where this lion's den is, whatever that means.
Next stop, I needed them to talk to the gangers in Gallows Row.
Uh-oh.
That neighborhood was rougher than my grandma's top lip the day after she shaved. Anyone going
You don't hear that in
there
Max
better be
Payne.
tough, street smart, and ready to roll with the punches. If they didn't convince the gangers down in the row that they were the big dogs, those punches would come with bullets attached.
He was very rude to his own grandmother.
I think she's metaphorical.
I didn't know metaphors could have grandchildren.
I'm more worried about the punches with bullets attached, however that works.
Fist guns, a formidable new development in criminal weapons technology.
Yeah, they're heavily armed down there.
You are smiling. You are amused. Why are you amused?
Let me play the rest of the message.
They had to find a ganger called Gregory Vassal, or Switchblade Greg, as his enemies called him. He had no friends on account of how he'd slit the throats of anyone who didn't laugh at his jokes, and he was no comedian. This was the pivotal part of the whole plan. If the dame got cold feet now, I wouldn't hold it against her. But if she pushed just a little further, Switchblade Greg had the illicit tools needed to decrypt my logic chip. And once she got that info, the mob who iced me were finished.
We should heed his warning and desist. Criminals are dangerous.
Remind me what your potential career is again, Mr. Criminals Are Dangerous?
I will be ready to face the most feared street bosses in Navalis when I have an adequate CorpSec partner to accompany me.
Right enough. I've heard of this Switchblade Greg. Nothing good. We should be careful. When we meet him, do as I say, okay?
So I was trying to say something a little bit earlier when they were talking about dispatchers like missing their quotas. So I'm not going to say anything that's probably news to people, but one of the things that's really key to me is that when talking a lot about particularly technology and the effects that it has on sort of society and some of the things that we critique, I always think there's sort of the two paths that I run as somebody who is sort of, I don't know, I am kind of techie, so I am maybe a little more enamored of some of the technology than maybe I should be. But on top of that, I also think it's really important from a policy standpoint to have a clear idea on what's happening and what's being done. Because it is very often the case. So I'll maybe give you an example here, and I apologize for this political example because I think probably the majority of people I know are actually quite fond of this party. But I think it's a really good example this is going to be a really good example of why sometimes policy that is politically expedient can be a really tricky one. And I mean, there are cases where it results in negative things, but at the very least it results in things not running as well as they could. So in response to the COVID-19 pandemic, one of the stances of the NDP party, which is sort of our left-wing party, I would actually sort of say Canada's politics are a little weird. If you are in the UK, it's sort of like between Labour and the Conservatives, and of course the Conservatives are doing very well right now. Labour is sort of going through it sort of seems like a really troubled period. And the NDP would in this analogy, would be the Lib Dems in the UK. But of course, politically, the Lib Dems are more like Canada's Liberal Party. The Conservatives are the Conservatives. Apparently, just Tories are Tories everywhere. And of course, Labour now doesn't have socialism in its chart, or at least didn't. I know they removed it under Blair. I don't think they brought it back. Whereas the NDP had a similar moment. They were actually close to forming a government at some point. And they were considering removing socialism from the charter, but I believe that was defeated. Don't start you on politics. Australia is still going through its yes, yeah. Well, I mean, this is kind of true for everyone, I think. I think it's time for Cloudpunk on a... Hey, MC, great to see you again. Yeah, actually, sorry, one other thing I wanted to say about Cloudpunk that I love about streaming this is that MC kind of out of... I'll go so far as to say out of nowhere. I'm sorry if you feel that there was a very specific chain of reasoning that led you to leave that message, but like my experience was sort of like...
Now, as you know, I'm not exactly the cautious type.
I am aware.
However, in this case, I'll make an exception. This ganger, I remember him. Former bodyguard for Lomo, a real nutcase. He lost his enforcing gig for enforcing a bit too hard. To be clear, this guy was too extreme for Lomo. So when we meet him, you have to be less you. You could get us killed, especially if they make you as corpsec.
I have reservations about this whole arrangement.
You want to be a kick-ass corpsec agent, right? Unafraid of gangers, streetwise. So you have to learn how to do that. It'll take practice. Now's your chance.
Is this the right time to practice? Is it wise for me to accompany you?
Sure, because if they decide to kill just one of us, my odds of survival are pretty awful if I'm the only one there.
How do I convince them I am streetwise?
Just sound serious. Try not to be so corpish. Every time you're about to say something, just add a fuck to the end and say it with half as many words as you usually use.
Affirmative.
And when you talk, I'll be right there. Don't worry, if you're in trouble, I'll bail you out. You stand in front, and I'll whisper if I think you need to say something specific, or tell you if you're fucking up really badly. Got it?
Yes, this is a good plan.
Yeah, I'm really gonna try and get the thought out, because like obviously I'm building the scaffolding for the story, and I haven't even gotten to the story yet. So one of the things that the NDP had proposed was Canada should do its own, should do its own vaccine development. And this is something that they feel. I mean, there is definitely a pharmaceutical industry in Canada, but they sort of felt that. And I mean, you kind of get what the the political rhetoric is going to be. It's a sign of a country's sovereignty in terms of its ability to sort of provide its own, its own necessities or whatever. One might also say that it is an example of withdrawing from the world at large and not participating in global trade and the gains that come from specialization. And of course that would be very consistent with a party like that. But one way or the other, you can actually see, you can look at a policy like that and say, okay, well, that makes sense. Obviously there's a vaccine shortage. We should probably be, looking to our own needs. Maybe we underinvested in these things, not expecting a pandemic to hit. And there might be something, there might be something to this idea. And I think on the surface, it's very hard to say, we're going to do something to incentivize vaccine production in Canada. Of course, if it comes in the form of subsidies to businesses for that to happen, well, all of a sudden people might be saying, "Oh, wait a minute, why do these businesses need more money? Like, isn't the pharmaceutical industry profitable enough on its own?" That's suddenly where you start getting into the details. But there's a more fundamental issue, which is to ask, well, suppose we did this policy, and in fact, suppose we did this policy before the pandemic hit. Let's say that we actually have this very far-sighted view to say we should be doing this. We're not going to react to the pandemic, but rather we're going to prepare for one. And again, as an expression of our national sovereignty, we're going to be blah blah blah. So we've got. I'll follow up with your message in just a minute here, Brutus. I know I've been really taking a while to get through this. The challenge is that you say, well, what kind of vaccine do you want to make? Who would have anticipated at the start that the mRNA vaccines would be working much more effectively than the alternatives? Obviously, AstraZeneca is one that's having difficulty. I've heard that. Apparently the Johnson & Johnson is showing promising signs for the Delta variant. The other thing that's nice is that it's a single shot. So I don't believe that's an mRNA vaccine. But the point here is that when you're a third party and it's unlikely you're going to form a government, it's very easy to say stuff like we should be doing some more, it's very easy to say something like, oh, we should definitely be doing more vaccines. It's kind of like saying there should be an apple pie in every window, and everybody should say that they love their mother. It's very hard to disagree with something like that, and yet from a policy standpoint, you actually need to say, would this recommendation include the facilities that would produce, I believe, vaccines that had not yet used that technique? It's very unlikely that it would. And this is the challenge, right? That when you're a third party, it's easy to say stuff like that. When you're actually governing, you actually need to think it all the way through to the very end. So this doesn't mean that I don't think people should vote for the NDP. I mean, obviously they should be voting for first of all, they should be voting for the individuals, the people who will be representing them in Parliament. And that I do actually think there's a necessary role to be played by people bringing alternative ideas. And this does also mean people who I might have political disagreements with. But this is also the big challenge in terms of policy, right? Which is once you get past the headline point, once you get past the thing that's easy to talk about, there is...
It can't rain all the time.
There is a big...
Thanks. And I don't mind the rain.
Have a nice day, sir.
There's this big pit that you can fall into, in which you've done the thing that everybody agreed was a good idea, and the outcome is nothing like what you wanted. And of course, that's what policy analysis is about. And I'd argue it's actually one of the reasons why governments seem to not be able to do a whole lot, because it turns out that the world is complicated and very difficult. And again, I will definitely follow up on that, Brutus, because I know that the Australian political scene seems to have been kind of wild for a while. Or at the very least, the highlights that I get to see. I still don't know if I'm going to be hit with a big bill if I ever come back to Australia. Because I know you get fined if you don't vote in elections, and I certainly haven't been voting. But,
From the look in your eyes, you want what I got, man.
I just want to know if I can sell him something.
Looks good.
Go easy, okay?
But the reason why I wanted to give that introduction is I was reading this article on, I believe it's flex drivers for Amazon, so these people who are contracted out to sort of deal with these surge or sort of these 24-hour deliveries that... I am a second. I have dual citizenship, Canadian and Australian, so I believe I am a citizen in the case of Australian. So my mother was Australian, and I believe I had dual citizenship. I know there is some ambiguity in terms of I know there was a cutoff to not being able to take it. Yeah, so. I wonder if I should just turn myself in at the embassy or something like that. It's sorry. Anyways, it's something to think about for tomorrow. Me, I'll just add it to the cost of a trip or something like that. But yeah, so this is basically flex drivers, and the discussion in the article. I think I saw it in. I think I first saw it in Bloomberg, but I believe the attribution was to the Houston Chronicle or something. One way or the other, it is about these drivers who are being algorithmically fired. So the idea here is that Amazon is very famous for its voracious appetite for data and how much of its operations are driven by data. I know this is something that Jeff Bezos himself, obviously he is not CEO anymore, but he's basically he is this. The belief is that the algorithms are what give Amazon a competitive advantage, that it allows it to make better and faster decisions than its competitors. And more importantly, Amazon is also aware of the fact that the algorithms will make mistakes. And this is where the challenge comes in, is that the feeling is that if the system works 95% of the time, the scale of Amazon, and this is something that Bezos I think is the correct pronunciation, I believe has actually acknowledged sort of in his final days as CEO, is that the scale of Amazon is actually something that it needs to recognize, that 5% of Amazon is still a very impactful amount. That ultimately, that 5% of the time is still going to result in a very large number of people in some really tough conditions. And obviously the article goes into these situations where people were relying on this flex work to pay the bills, and that this algorithm has essentially fired them as a result of situations that were beyond their control, that any human being would look at and say, this is a completely unreasonable reason for firing someone. And yet, because no human is intervening at this point, these people are being met with a pretty harsh system that ultimately seems indifferent to their unemployment. I don't believe any of these people were reinstated. Now, here's the part where I would, again, I don't like the idea of devil's advocate. The part which I think is missed in these discussions, and this is the part where it gets complicated, is that it is potentially very, I don't want to say dangerous, but it is easy to think that the human touch is somehow better in these cases. The one thing that we don't know is what the cost to efficiency of a human manager would be. So I think a human manager will generally prevent those really egregious cases, and there's definitely something very dehumanizing by essentially having an algorithm fire you and keep you, and like there being effectively no appeal. That's got to feel really awful on top of just losing a job and whatnot. But of course, the important thing to remember is that it's not like we have the best human managers right now. It may also be true that this algorithmic approach is resulting in situations where, again, for that 95% of the time, it is genuinely running better. That the packages are getting delivered, that the people are, getting matched with the proper work. There isn't nepotism. Or whatever other issues you might think of. And again, that the manager is not necessarily hiring, someone who, I already said nepotism, but like basically the manager's not kind of getting something, they're not taking advantage, basically. And this is the big unknown in these articles, right? But this is, of course, where it gets interesting for Cloudpunk. We don't need to deal with those practical sides. I genuinely don't know what the answer to this problem is, by the way. I think there's something really awful about how the algorithm has treated these people, and the system in place seems to be completely inadequate for judging what seems to be perfectly understandable situations, like basically people running into an apartment building that is locked and the building manager being it's like it's too early in the morning for the building manager to open up, and that counting as an undelivered package. Like, that's insane. And obviously you all know that I don't use Amazon anymore, specifically because I know exactly how horrible it is to deal with that company if you fall in the cracks. I am presumably in that 5%. I mean, obviously, in the end, I was given the refund. I think somebody manually went in. Of course, I'm a customer, and so I get a certain higher standing in terms of how it went through. But like, that was the moment where I said, I can't afford to deal with Amazon anymore. And of course, it does sort of feel nice that, perhaps I'm supporting businesses that are maybe working a little bit more consistent. But the thing to keep in mind is that these algorithms are actually doing something very useful, something productive, and that allows for a better organization of resources. And that's the sort of thing we want. Like, imagine that the Amazon algorithm is hitting peak efficiency. That will mean things like carbon emissions from sending out packages are reduced because time is not being wasted in vehicles, those sorts of things. Now, again, there's also this priority in terms of like getting packages delivered in a certain period of time, so it's not optimizing in terms of greenhouse gas emissions. But you can imagine how a similar system would make adjustment. It could be adjusted to create these sorts of efficiencies. And so I'll go so far as to say that I actually have some sympathy for the algorithm. And what's important here, of course, is to make sure that we do not lose the benefits of the human touch, and that I think probably the better focus here would be on the corrective part, the part of that deals with that 5%, because I think that is really not being handled well, and that ultimately Amazon is taking advantage of the fact that it's not that hard to find replacements. But again, I think this is one of the things that's really rewarding about watching Cloudpunk. I'm probably taking the wrong message from the Amazon scenario, but I think you can see, to read a headline like that, to read an article like that, and to hear the controller's fear about not meeting their quota, and the level of desperation that it creates in terms of how people treat each other inside of this world. Like, again, I don't need to deal in the weeds of policy. Instead, I get a moment of sort of reflecting on the big picture, which I often feel very comfortable at working in. This is why I can find the sympathy for the algorithm. But I think one of the really important roles of science fiction is to add that human element, so that someone like me, who is the sort of person who would read Jonathan Swift's A Modest Proposal and say, the man makes some very good points here, and instead be able to see it back at that human level. It's why I like playing first person, right? Because you get to see, to a certain extent, I would say that, like, this is the one thing about, cyberpunk aesthetics that draw from Blade Runner. It's really beautiful. And to a certain extent, this represents tremendous human achievement in terms of being able to build things. It just also means that the wrong things have been prioritized, and ultimately we create great misery rather than realize the benefits of these technologies. And it's why I think both. It's ultimately why, I think that the broad strokes, the broad strokes on the pro-corporate side, the broad strokes in favor of Amazon and its algorithms, miss the human element, and it's wrong, and it results in bad outcomes. It's the same way that when I look at the critique, whether it's algorithmic fairness or the idea of we should be building more vaccines in Canada, the broad strokes will miss the important details that actually result in the policy having the effectiveness that you want. It's that look at that micro level. It's that look at the human side of things that really brings you to something that's hopefully in everybody's interests. And science fiction has a role to play in that, and then policy analysis has a role to play in that as well. Even bigger picture, all those jobs will be automated anyway. Ammonium, thanks for stopping in and contributing to the conversation. That's also true, right? Like, obviously people are very worried about self-driving cars and the disruption that will create in society, whether or not we feel that there is I think the interesting inversion as far as the driver's jobs are concerned is that this is kind of the opposite of the worry that we had. The computers are not actually coming for those jobs right now. The computers are the ones doing the firing, which I find so interesting. But you're absolutely right. That's another element that's going to, obviously people are very worried about in terms of the great changes that'll will be brought about by that transition. And I mean, I know people like pointing out the Luddites, and I know it's a byword for for people who don't want to embrace technology, but I think the thing to remember about the Luddites is not necessarily that it was a worry about technology so much as it was a worry about their place in the world, and specifically the shift in the social order, essentially people gaining tremendous advantage at their expense. And so the destruction of the technology, if you want to think, if you want to see I don't think you're going to see somebody running in and smashing a computer as a statement of the demon box that steals our souls. I think instead it's going to be that you've done. Actually, there's a book that handles this. It's not written on it, but it handles it quite well. It's called How to Fly a Horse, and it talks about creativity. And specifically like technological creativity. This is actually, by the way, somebody who's done work on like RFID chips, and like it's by someone who is properly like an inventor and somebody who's done very well for themselves in this space. So I think they've earned a degree of credibility. But anyway, sorry, I've really gone off on a tangent on here, but I always like, first of all, reading about the world is always interesting, but it really enhances games like Cloudpunk because actually, I can keep walking around the block. It really enhances games like Cloudpunk just because you get to see, even if they're not direct concerns that the game wants to deal with, although I think that is an obvious one that this game is confronting directly, it really does add another layer to be able to read about the real world cases and to be able to have it enhanced. There is one thing I do need to scroll up to see what Mad King Brutus was writing. I also need to take a second here and talk about Night Valian, who I shouted out, but I had some dialogue and then I had the stuff I was talking about. So Night Valian has been going through the Metroid Prime series recently. I found him through Cat Fox Games Lucifer Within Us, and I know you wanted to play Cloudpunk. I don't know if you've actually played it yet or if you were just planning on doing it, but I know another reason you might want to check out Night Valian is that for those of you who didn't get a chance to see the base game, I know that he'll probably be playing that at some point in the future as well. But I'm always fond of calling him the soft-voiced Brazilian who streams at a later time than me, and so I know that would work well for a lot of you. But I did want to catch up with Mad King Brutus because he did say a bunch of political stuff, and I did want to engage with it because I don't think I read this thing. So just Google Barnaby Joyce, too long didn't read. He was former deputy prime minister until he stepped down because he was having relations with a junior female staffer. He's married. He's since done a leadership spill and has become the deputy prime minister again and is now the head of the government's task force on status of women. Somebody who has been accused of sexual assault and sexual misconduct with staff members. If you ever want to see the state of politics in Australia, look up The Simpsons Against the Liberals. I didn't know about The Simpsons on Facebook, but enough about politics from you. I actually didn't hear about those ones, but I do remember... Australia is actually kind of the exact... So I'm not as big on electoral reform in Canada as some of my peers are, because the biggest problem I have is so much of electoral reform just boils down to, well, my party will do better under it, and so that's the reason why I want electoral reform. And generally, I don't think the best basis is to lead to a particular... partisan outcome. Generally you want there to be an argument that it's better representative of the people's will. And of course there's a lot of political science and political economy that goes into saying how that is actually a very hard problem to solve. Like Ken Arrow's impossibility theorem. I think it was called the impossibility theory. It is a social choice stuff because Ken Arrow wrote on basically every topic in economics and basically did Nobel-worthy work in every single field. I actually, as much as I hate to admit it, I actually like using Australia as an example of saying you still have people you don't like, getting into these roles in government. Arguably in some proportional representation systems, it actually makes it easier for the people you'd rather see not in there, do some little internal politicking to get in the role. Oh, sorry. You also said you somehow got into a gated apartment complex to deliver your groceries. You left an instruction to contact you so you can let them in. You got 0 contacts beside a confirmation text saying that your delivery's at your door. Yeah, that's really frustrating to deal with. By the way, I do recommend you guys find that I don't know where that article is, but I do recommend that you guys do check out that article when you can on the Flex deliveries. If somebody can find the article, feel free to link it in chat. I think it's a worth one reading. I don't necessarily have an answer for it because, like I said, I don't believe saying get rid of all of the algorithms is the answer to the problem, and yet I do think that it is an actual problem that we need to recognize. And I think a big part of that is the fact that Amazon is in a position where it doesn't have to think about the difficulty because of what we would normally. There's a normal market mechanism here, right? Which is to say that if you just keep throwing away good employees like that, somebody else is going to hire them up, and you're going to see either an increase in your costs or a decrease in your productivity. And in this case here, because they're just able to absorb so much, they aren't necessarily seeing the costs that would normally be associated with the kinds of inefficiencies, and as a result, they don't have a reason to follow through on them. So. Oh, sorry, he got into the complex and completed the delivery to your door somehow. Good God. Okay. Yeah, sorry, I totally misread that, Brutus.
Who the fuck are you?
Am I to talk for us?
Yes. Remember, make him think you're the kind of android he should fear.
I am the kind of android you should fear.
The hell you say?
Hey, Laryl, just 1
You
minute.
can't just say it, make him think it.
How?
Tell him you're not to be fucked with.
I am not to be fudged with.
Oh, fucked. You have to swear.
You malfunctioning or something? You gotta have a faulty CPU to come at me like that. You know who I am?
You are Switchblade Greg, the criminal enforcer and feared ganger.
You hear that, lads? Feared, huh? Damn straight. Now please tell me why I shouldn't tear out your fucking optics, you fucking corp bot.
This is going badly. Maybe we can start over, Mr. Switchblade. Allow me to introduce myself.
Remember, more fucks.
What's your name, corp bot? I'll need it for your obit.
My name is not important, and this is my colleague, Barry. I am engaged in a variety of illegal and immoral activities that would contravene many logical and well-constructed CorpSec laws, which fulfill the social contract while allowing the free and unrestrained flow of capital and thus business. You fuck.
You better explain all those fancy words, you fuck.
50% less words.
I am doing crimes. I break reasonable and fair CorpSec laws often. Fucker.
Stop calling him a fucker.
Hey, how about you tell me your name too? Stop hiding behind your crazy fucking bucket here.
Hayes, you might have heard of me.
Nope.
Look, he's obviously crazy. No one who knows who you are or is thinking straight would talk to you like that.
Yeah?
But we're also obviously not narky either, right? I mean, I'm as high as fuck and he's insane. Look at my eyes, man.
Hey, I see it. Got the red lines. You're a juice head.
Just a taste here and there.
He is a drug addict.
We just want you to hack a logical induction chip. No questions, good pay.
Show me. Hey, I can hack this. You let me keep it, I won't even ask for limbs. I send you the info when I crack it. Give me your comm deets and I'll call you.
We want the chip back.
Not really an option for you. I call you, I keep this, now fuck off.
I would like to clear up a misunderstanding. I am not malfunctioning. I am simply...
Shut up and let's go.
All right. Sorry about that. Laryl, yeah, this is a really good game. And you're right, like the voxel art makes it Industries of Titan
Jane,
POV.
you there? That dead drop job is on hold. Want us to move on to the next job?
Yeah, sending a nav point now, driver 13.
You were driver 13?
Yeah, why?
I have no further comment.
3 impossible jobs, huh? Down to 2 already.
2.5. You didn't finish the first one yet.
So what do we got next?
I'm patching you through direct to the client.
All right. Taking a while. Did you start drinking vodka and lime juice again and forget how to use the comm, Jane?
This particular call is a little trickier than normal, Hayes. The client is in orbit.
Orbit? The S&M Club?
No, the place above the clouds.
Wow, I've never met anyone off Terra before. Should I put on a fresh shirt? How will I...
Stop babbling. Connecting broad spectrum call to your Hava now.
Hello? This is Laser Broadcast Sail Array Designation 436 Delta, signing on. Am I speaking to Earth? Is that the central government?
The central... No, definitely not.
One of the problems with this too, Laryl, is I go on with half opinions about the issues that the game talks with.
Civilization
so it takes me a long
collapsed
time to
again?
go through this
No,
game and
maybe.
talk over
I'm
the
Hayes. I deliver
dialogue.
packages.
You know, the first time I woke up, I spoke to the president of the Earth Federation. The second time, it was a senior vizier of the Confederation of Humanity. Then later, maybe the 20th time, the person who responded wanted to trade me 4 axe heads for access to the breedable females.
The air a little thin up there in space? Last time I hit rock bottom, I got my kicks from...
oxygen deprivation. You get a buzz, but you don't make much sense.
You are still at rock bottom.
The air up here is fine. A good deal better than yours, I'd wager. I'll explain when you pick up the package.
Anyways, yeah, Laryl, so sorry about that. I know, like, I mean, obviously, I like the discussions that come out of the game. I don't necessarily think I have anything all too interesting. There is something about streaming that makes it difficult to have thoughtful reflections, but I do my best given my limited capacity. But obviously, it's nice to have people contribute something of themselves. But it is kind of a theme that we've been getting back to over and over again. Obviously, I really enjoyed the base Cloudpunk game. I've also been really enjoying City of Ghosts, and Ion Lands gave me a key for both. But being able to talk, obviously from the previous discussion, being able to talk about seeing the high level. In the case of Industries of Titan, it really lets you be the megacorp bad guy because it affords you that perspective in which people are tools to be used, and you don't necessarily create a very nice place as a result of it. Whereas playing Cloudpunk, you are looking at it at that human level, and they embrace that fully in the sense of also making a very story-driven game. There is no construction in it. There's a little bit of apartment customization, but that's about it. And so as a result, it's just very interesting to be able to play Cloudpunk again at a time when Industries of Titan is sort of in the spotlight, because it gives you two perspectives. I think largely has the same things to say about the genre and the ideas surrounding it, but again from completely opposite perspectives. In the case of Cloudpunk at the macro level, and in the case of Industries of Titan at the macro level. But I'm doing all right. It was a tougher day today, but not an impossible one. And we've got some good people stopping by in the channel here. How have you been doing, Laryl? And do you have any interest in City of Ghosts? I can try and fill you in on the plot details so far. But needless to say, City of Ghosts is bigger and definitely much more high stakes than the base game. I've definitely felt kind of bad for some of the characters so far.
Hi, Space Lady. I got your package. It was just left in an alleyway.
That's where my apartment used to be.
So, what is it?
Are you supposed to ask clients what's in their package?
Yeah, it's one of our rules.
It's my houseplants.
You want me to water them, or?
No. They've been frozen too long. A bit like me. I want them dumped in the water system of Nivalis. Maybe some frozen seed will sprout to life again. After that, I've got some more affairs I need your help with. I can't really take care of things up here.
I have an inquiry to make. Did you say you were frozen?
Sure was, little robot earthling. And I will be again in just under 4 hours. They defrost me once every century.
You are very old then.
So old you wouldn't be able to understand me if my comm wasn't routed through a real-time translation algo. Another reason that defrosting me cost the Corp precious resource cycles.
What are you doing in space?
Looking out the window.
What's it like?
Beautiful. Exposed. The stars are cold and distant, and they go on forever.
You just look around? The corpse must have you up there for some shady reason, spying on dissidents or beaming mind control rays into our head.
I'm the one and only crew member of the Laser Broadcast Sail Array Designation 436 Delta. Using photon recycling, my satellite array pushes a light sail through space with laser propulsion. You can't do it on Earth. Too much interference.
But you're not on the light sail.
Nope. I guess I'm a bit like a port, but a port that fires a laser beam that pushes a space sail ship through the galaxy.
How far has the spaceship gone?
Far enough to discover alien life.
You are shitting me. Really?
Yep. Or so they told me 800 years ago. Apparently we weren't worth their attention. Haven't heard much about it since. It's hard to keep up with current events when you're only awake one day in every 36,000. Is that the right number? I've never been great at maths.
Is maths not a prerequisite for an astronaut?
I guess. Who knows, robot dude?
Okay, I don't know
Tired.
why
What's it
my
like being
vehicle
frozen
just
in
freaks out
cryostasis?
every couple of minutes. I think it's
All right.
about the jump.
Before I
but-
left Earth, I thought each time I woke, it would feel like I was picking up right where I left off. But that's not how it works. The boredom leaches in, even when you're unconscious. I think I just kind of exist now. Maybe I should be angry, confused, ready to come home. But all I am is glad I'm not down there.
All right, have a good
Especially
one,
when
Laro.
I-
Thank you very much for
no
stopping by.
offense, talk to someone like you.
Fair.
Sorry for the less interaction. I really don't like talking over the game, but it's content rich, so I occasionally need to reserve my interactions for when the game gives me a break. Yeah, have a good one. I will see you next time. All right. So I do want to do the repair. I just don't think I want to go out of my way. Well, it's close enough.
Celebrity Automaton Personality Corpse for sale. Series Automata Crew.
I was intrigued by Hayes' comment that he made the rules. I'm trying to figure out if he... I don't think in that context he had any reason to be lying, but I'm hoping that they go into the details on that. Okay. I didn't even make the detour. I could have had a repair right in the next level. Fair enough. That's what I get for not knowing the city well. Oops. There we go.
Hey, Sala, I threw your plants and stuff in the ocean. What now?
I sent you another nav point. Your HQ.
You must know a ton about history and stuff, right? With you being so ancient?
I guess so. You interested?
Nah, not really. Just making conversation. You must be lonely. Me and Morpho will keep you company.
I could tell you about the revolution. How it went wrong. How the governance of Earth Coalition promised the world with their new city, Nivalis. Then built it on lies, stolen money, and the bodies of poor workers.
Ugh, drag. What's your favorite food up there in space?
Just after the automated defrost me from cryostasis, I have this pea puree and mango tea with amphetamines. Really invigorating. And when you haven't eaten for 100 years, everything tastes great, to be honest.
I feel like this conversation is squandering an opportunity to learn insights from someone in space with generations of lost knowledge. Should our questions not be more profound?
So, do you jerk off in space?
Sure, yeah. It's not that different. In Zero G, when your hands are busy, you gotta make sure you don't bump your head. Trust me on that.
You spoke before about civilizations rising and falling, but there are still corporations paying for you to be in space? Funding you and supporting your expedition? This makes no sense.
It makes no sense to me either, robot. It is what it is. I think some rich family wants to know what's really out there. And through the generations, they just keep this whole project going. I think they're called...
Anything with amphetamine sounds good.
Asterisk or something. Like I said, my head gets foggy.
I find it fascinating that in the fair and competitive markets of Nivalis, a company can maintain their cutting-edge success over thousands of years.
Yeah, Morpho, it really is a wonder how the rich stay rich.
I do very much like the Hayes' response to it. I think this is maybe, again, probably where my politics get me. I don't think it in trouble is the right word, but like where I just come off as a really awful person. Probably haven't thought about this enough, but I do. So I at least among my friends, have a tendency where people are like, if only. If only the world were more fair, if only corporations weren't running everything, then clearly, every average person would be, philosopher kings who would always behave the nicest possible way. And I rather like Hayes's responses in the sense that, I think to a certain extent, people like me, like I'm certainly not very well off. I'm certainly better off than lots of other people. Obviously, being able to go to school has given me a good enough job to be able to afford things, which I know people can't necessarily rely on. But I'm not rich by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, I'm still paying off debts related to school. But the one thing that I do try to resist is this idea. I think one of the big challenges that we confront right now is that there is this idea kind of this sort of French Revolution style slobbering dauphin who's completely unworthy of any of the wealth that they've inherited. And I think the really tricky part about this is that it's probably less true today. The scarier prospect is really the idea that incredibly wealthy families can, do things like afford tutoring. There's a certain amount of free time and ability that, or the ability to study and try things and experiment. That wealth provides. And so the difficulty here is that there is something of the meritocratic argument. Generally, I actually genuinely think that a big concern for a lot of very wealthy families is that the next generation not squander that wealth. Now, this, by the way, none of this is me saying that it shouldn't be things like inheritance taxes. And actually, I think it's weird that we don't tax that better. But I realize that there are some political considerations that I'm not considering. That I'm not looking at here. But the point that I want to try and make here is that there will obviously be cases of people who are morons and have inherited wealth and clearly don't deserve it, whatever deserving means. But I think the more concerning one is the idea of that gap being widened by virtue of the fact that there is the differences in terms of opportunities. And the fact of the matter is that it is also true that we have lots of different forms of entertainment and amusement, right? And they're very affordable. Right, I don't really have. I need a computer to play Warframe, but I can waste hours in Warframe without really paying anything other than my internet connection to my computer. And Warframe runs on quite a few different computers. And in the face of that, I am faced with that, or the decision to read history, or the decision to, pick up capital and finally understand why I'm an oppressed member of the masses. I'm going to provoke dialogue, so I'll finish the thought here. And it's one of the reasons why I like Hayes. Again, this is definitely not intended to be any kind of apologia for sort of just this huge accumulation of wealth that's passed down from generations and generations. And I mean, obviously Hayes has the line, oh yeah, it's such a shock to see how the rich stay rich. I certainly don't intend to argue for the status quo, but I do tend to find that among my friends, I do often tend to hear a lot about the circumstances, and circumstances definitely do play a part in terms of people not being able to get ahead. But one of the big challenges that I sort of run into is that I also tend to find that there's a certain degree of comfort that people have with their current state. And especially in the face of, I guess the biggest thing is that I always want to try and be honest in terms of where the bite of my criticism would be. If in the end all that I'm really saying is I just want my part of the pie, that doesn't quite have the same moral standing as there being some, systematic approach to try. I know, like, this is probably something that's like from some older books. Like, there's just this constant system that's designed to keep us dumb. And I mean, it's why I like things like libraries. It's like, I would honestly love to see more financing of public libraries. I'd like to see people have the opportunity to better themselves. Incidentally, my public library also has video games available. And more importantly, I don't know how you create this shift, but I would actually really like it if people would take, if there was something to either create a degree of respectability or a degree of desirability to know things, to read things, to gain greater understanding. Because I think very often one challenge we run into is that some of the, let's call them big social causes, they are taken up as either a thing to do or like well marketed or like there's a number of different ways that these things kind of get into the bloodstream, and they're not always necessarily the result of sort of a like this considered reflection of the issue. And I mean, sometimes it's just because maybe we haven't always really done it that way. I guess the comparison I would make is that, like, when Jonathan Swift was writing, there was an increasingly literate public that wanted to be reading papers, wanted to be reading people's views, sort of seeing debates of the day. And maybe that was just because that was all that was available. But it's a little bit harder to see... Well, I can't say it's a little bit harder to see that happening now, but obviously there isn't quite the same appetite for it. The people who are interested in that kind of reading are doing their own thing and largely sort of separated from the rest of us, kind of, who are really focusing on Twitter and playing video games and not doing that sort of thing. The better comparison I would make would be to consider the environmental movement. So consider a really groundbreaking book on this would be Rachel Carson's Silent Spring. And this book had a huge impact, definitely brought people's attention in terms of humans' impact on the world. And this is the important thing to remember. It is a book. People were discussing that book and taking action on it. Now we have something like Greta Thunberg. And I think it is very important to be careful in these discussions because there's a lot of very bad faith argument against someone like Greta Thunberg. And I don't want to be a part of that. Because I think that she is as often sort of the target of a lot of very unfair and vicious criticism, and specifically because of the fact that, she's young and she's a she. But I would put it to you this way. I think a lot of the thrust of that has... Like, Greta Thunberg is not a climate scientist, and I realize that the message has sort of been either shifted. I mean, I don't know if it was shifted or if that was just what she was always saying and the reporting was different. but to things like listen to the climate scientists and that. It's not that there haven't been climate scientists talking about these things and presenting their findings in rigorous and well-researched papers. But it does seem to be that we need sort of newsworthy stories, things that will grab attention, like, you know, a Swedish girl haranguing the UN, yelling "How dare you!" as opposed to you know, a book like Silent Spring, which is saying, you know, here is a series of things to be concerned. Like, I don't know how many people will hear something that Greta Thunberg says and then go consult a climate scientist. It just kind of seems to be, I can wrap myself up in this cause with this little girl. And again, I want to be really clear that I actually think it is good, like, it is good that people are getting involved in doing things. I am not going to be one of these people who says, is like, oh, these kids, they shouldn't be getting in the way of what adults are doing. If the adults are not doing the work, then the kids should be, right? I would never want to discourage people from taking action. I did not know, so Youth Worship Explosion is actually doing a good job of pointing out on how uninformed I am on some of these issues. Like, so for instance, I didn't know that Greta Thunberg was anti-nuclear power, and I think that's really unfortunate, because I think there are some very good arguments. Like, one of the things you can make when people are considering critiques of capitalism, they're always talking about how there's this short-term thinking. Now, what I think is really interesting is that when you consider critiques of capitalism, people also like to point to Amazon. And I'm like, Amazon is a famous example of a company that does not have short-term thinking. That in fact, you know, Wall Street for the longest time hated that company because it was not turning profits. Just constantly reinvesting into the business. And of course now it's grown into this behemoth. And of course one of the challenges that you will see in a lot of these energy discussions, which is that you will realize the benefits from something like a coal power plant much sooner than you will realize them from a nuclear power plant. Although, of course, over the lifespan of the nuclear power plant, you will say that the benefits are significantly greater. And obviously, emissions-wise, there's no comparison. So that's a real shame that's that standing. And again, this is one of the things, like the difficulty that I really had with so much of the Greta stuff was that I actually put a lot of value in experts. Now, of course, it would make sense that I am technocratic because, of course, I am an economist. You know, there's, of course, people should be listening to economists for everything. You know, we have all the best ideas, right? I do realize I'm sort of talking my own book here, and yet again, I make the contrast between Silent Spring, which is a book being discussed and talking about an issue at length, and a movement which, however well-intentioned, doesn't necessarily, I don't know if it's necessarily producing the kind of understanding that you would find desirable for that kind of work. I mean, it's also like how people are reacting to climate, or to carbon taxes here, right? I think Greg Mankiw, economic advisor to Republican presidents and presidential campaigns, is a really strong proponent of carbon taxes, and I realize that is not something that people normally associate with more right-wing, more right-wing advisors. But there are very good economic reasons to support something like a carbon tax. And I remember being in BC. The BC Liberals are definitely a right-of-center party, and they were I believe, the first province in Canada to institute a carbon tax. I believe so. I mean, definitely it would be in line with it. Whether it's carbon taxes or carbon, like any form of carbon pricing, like that would be consistent with a right-wing solution, simply because what it does is it places a price on pollution to address the negative externality, and so as a result, it's a market. It's a market solution. It's something that would actually be very consistent with a right-wing point of view. And of course, if you go into history, right, Richard Nixon was the president that signed the APA into existence. Margaret Thatcher was concerned about conservation issues, as was Brian Mulroney, the Canadian Prime Minister, around that time. It is certainly, and then I mean, of course, you also run into the difficulty of historical republicanism, right? So of course you've got Theodore Roosevelt as a Republican, but obviously that's a very the word Republican kind of means something different. It's a little bit like when people are talking about cap and trade, right? The Republican oh, that's interesting. I didn't. Yeah, I don't actually know the full. I don't know the full ordering of things, but either way, like they're both market-based solutions. And again, like, you know, it's kind of like when people are like, well, Lincoln was a Republican, so, you know, that means that the current Republican Party is really good now, right? No, obviously parties can change and parties can cease to exist. But, you know, again, there's nothing to say. Yeah, no, it's fine. And again, those details I'm not entirely sure are necessarily wrong. But I guess what we're trying to say here anyway is that it's not an inconsistent view with what one might consider. And I mean, again, I need to keep in mind that I have no business saying what right-wing or center-right individuals would want, because that isn't necessarily my politics. I would also say the same left of center, by the way. And I realize that there's a sophisticated eye roll that comes up whenever someone calls themselves a centrist, and I realize there's a lot of baggage that comes with that term now, too. I'm not going to say that, you know, I'm going to, in the name of some grand compromise, I'm going to say we should reinstate the death penalty, but make sure it's gender neutral so that the liberals can get something. Or if you're an Australian political party, you form a coalition because you know you never win an election otherwise. Yeah. But yeah, no, like the point I'm trying to make here is that, you know, it is not inconsistent with some sort of ideological. Well, okay, obviously it depends what your ideology is, but at least as far as if you are someone who claims that you want to see decentralized free market solutions, both cap and trade and carbon taxes are in fact ones that address the recognized problem of pollution. Of course, that's not the conversation that's being had. It's, you know, another symptom. Again, if I'm going to rant about Greta, I'll rant about the other side as well. If you talk about climate change, if you talk about pollution, if you seem to be of a certain type, immediately somebody's going to shut off because you're not on my side, you know, and it's just a myth that the scientists are putting in to try and increase the amount of government intervention in the economy. Or if you don't care about the economy, you know, it's fundamental, your fundamental liberties to drive an SUV or whatever it is. Now, it is worth saying, you know, I thought the BC Liberals did a good job of introducing the carbon tax. Again, I believe the first one in Canada. And there was criticism from it on the left. The criticism being that it was unfair to, the common working man, presumably, and women, who would be shouldering the burden. And that basically the argument here was that only companies need to recognize only companies need to be the ones that are footing the bill for our pollution. And I actually think that's the wrong perspective. The reason why these are appealing policies is that everybody's decisions are being impacted here. That if I choose to go out for a drive, which has never been a thing for me, but I appreciate is something that people really like, there is a cost to society that comes from that in terms of the consumption of carbon, and that by introducing the tax, that cost is internally realized, and so if I still think it's worth it, I'll do it. And so in this case, you know, the government isn't really telling me what I can or can't do. It's just making sure that I'm paying for the cost I'm imposing on society to do it. And that's why I actually think it's really appealing. It's why I think the BC Liberals did it. It's why I think it was wrong for them to be criticized. The one thing that is true, though, is that, especially in terms of necessities, there is a higher cost in terms of just your share of your overall income. And so both in BC and now federally in Canada, there is a rebate. And so essentially, this rebate is recognizing that there is a group of people who's disproportionately affected by this policy. And in fact, I believe it's the Parliamentary Budget Office, so this is supposed to be like a nonpartisan part of our government that analyzes these things. And the results seem to be that at least in the lower end of the incomes, you were actually better off under the current regime because you would ultimately have more money. And then, of course, the people who can adjust their behavior can. You either take the bus, you bike, whatever it is you want. And again, like this is stuff. I get why Greta is a lot easier to listen to, right? Because if you hate this climate change stuff, the fact that she's haranguing politicians will really annoy you, and it'll give you something to hate click. And if you are of the, if you're of the, the hippie persuasion, and you think it would all be wonderful if we all went vegan and never used another drop of fossil fuels again, you'll say, "Oh, from the mouth of babes," the great savior. Both of these I don't think are quite right. Like, I think we do actually need some very serious consideration of these issues, because it's really the only way that we're going to be able to realize the benefits that technology has given us, while also recognizing that we have made a set of decisions with incomplete information. Clearly, at the time of the Industrial Revolution, we had no idea what the consequences would be for all of this. And I think that's, in the end, why I kind of bristle at that sort of stuff. Because, again, like, even for myself, right, I'm going to find it hard to sit down and read a book on, I actually haven't read Silent Spring yet, right? I like to sit down and read it. It's not the easiest thing for me to find, but I can probably find it in the local library. I've got a book on the Marshall Plan that I want to read, right? But I'm sitting down playing a video game, and I'm talking about stuff that I haven't read fully. And so as a result, I'm part of the problem. But where I was going with this originally was just the fact that, when you take a look at Hayes, right, Hayes has his critique of the order of the world, and it's certainly, I'm not going to argue that Nivalis is a just city, right? This is not the city of God. This is not Plato's Republic. Not that, Plato's Republic is egalitarian in some senses, I suppose. But you've got someone like Hayes who has the opportunity to learn from someone who has lived through generations of humanity, and the only questions that he's interested in is whether or not you can jack off in space and what the food is like. And so, it's so funny too, because of course, to a certain extent, as much as we want to see things change, we have also sort of commodified some of our outrage to a point where it's gotten in the way of us maybe making something a little bit more lasting. I don't know, though. I probably have a feeling I just annoyed people and didn't say anything of substance.
I sent you a nav point. The package is some flowers for Mom's grave.
Oh, crap. I'm sorry.
She's been dead for a long time, Hayes. But thanks.
So this is a big day for you, right? One day every 100 years, you gotta make it special. Fill it with good stuff.
You mean other than checking and recalibrating the trajectories on a blad of laser propulsion?
Yeah, that's right. Other than that.
Well, I already had my pee paste. I had a shower. Cleaned cryogel gunk out of every orifice. I did some stretches. Did my calibrations, then radioed the moon station. Then I had some spare clock cycles to spend on calm time back to Earth. So I asked for some errands to be run. And here we are.
Can you listen to some music?
Sure, but it's all empty. Written by people long dead about other people who are also long dead. Doesn't feel relevant.
Read the news?
Set myself up for another depression session? No way. Is there any of the rainforest left at all?
The what?
Shit. What about you, Hayes? What's your perfect day?
Oh, shit, let me think.
Just so you know, ma'am, Hayes is currently smoking drugs.
I guess that. Come on, Earth Dude, tell me about your best day. I'm not gonna tell anyone else, so be honest.
Best day? Huh. Well, I remember the day after I lost all my money on one bad poker hand. It was the same day Jenna dumped me. I figured, hey, if I win against Glidale, she's gotta come back to me.
Glidale? Some big shot gambler?
The biggest. I was on a hot streak, though. I mean, damn it, I couldn't fucking lose.
Until you did. And please, swear less.
Right. Well, the details don't matter now, I guess. Anyway, I woke up in a beat-up apartment. Hungover, covered in bruises, taste of blood in my mouth, and not a single limb in my pocket.
I know things do not go well for you, but I worry that this was your best day.
It was, though. I had nothing. Fucking nothing. Nothing left to lose. It was like the peace of being dead. But I could still smoke and drink and misbehave. It felt amazing. I lay there on those soiled sheets, a breeze blowing across my bare body, the rain beating down against the glass, the winds rattling the window. There was this steady thump, thump from the nightclub below. My neighbors were fucking or killing each other. Either way, they kept screaming. The air smelled of ozone and smoke and spilled vodka. Just then, when I started to feel like my soul was drifting away from my body completely, my hand, hanging out of the end of the bed, brushed against something.
A body?
No, a bag from the night before. There was a bottle of black wine, a pack of smokes, half a vial of juice, and a fresh kebab from the night before.
Sounds like heaven, Hayes.
I swear I didn't buy that stuff. It was sent by the universe to save me, to get through that day. My best day.
That's a nice one, actually. The other thing that I like about this interaction is, of course, that you have, these 100-year snapshots into the world. And so, sorry, Ed Baber, I didn't mean to step over your comment. Yeah, I will also maybe just say briefly on that too. Like, obviously it's hard, right? Because you want to get a message out, and pithy messages are really effective. But obviously oversimplifying creates its own sets of problems. And because we seem to put an undue value on a certain set of dialogue or rhetoric right now, I do sometimes think that we're missing out. But yeah, I really like this idea of Hayes being the sort of the representative of this 100-year snapshot into humanity. Because obviously you don't know that what's going to survive. I mean, one of the things that's so interesting about having done a little bit in classics is to know just how much.
So I got the flowers to the stacks. Where do you want them? Did you want to say some words for your mom or something?
Sure. Stay dead, bitch.
Whoa!
If you met her, you'd say the same thing.
If you hated her, why the flowers?
She was still my mom.
Right. So, just put them on the ground?
Yeah. Or on a bench or something. You still have benches on Earth?
One or two. Got any more jobs for me?
Just a request.
Anything.
Make the most of your day. Every day. You don't get that many.
I believe this to be bad advice. Hayes does not need to live in the moment. He seems very happy reveling in his own bad habits.
Does he? I don't think so, Robot. Hayes, listen to me. The only currency we have is time. Time and imagination creates purpose. Find some purpose.
Have you found your purpose, Sala?
I'm working on it.
Hey, I did have a question about history.
Make it quick. My cycles are almost spent.
Is this the end? I mean, it feels like the end down here on the streets. No one gives a fuck about anyone else. The planet's ruined, the city's sinking into the ocean, the cultists all seem pretty sure we're doomed, and none of us will be saved. At least that's what's written on their signs. We're finished, right?
Everyone thinks they live at the end of history, Hayes. Tonight won't be the end of our story, but any night could be the end of yours. Look after yourself.
See you in 100 years, Sala.
Sure. See you then, Hayes. This is Laser Broadcast Sail Array Designation 436 Delta. Signing off.
Yeah, so I mean, I liked that ability to get a perspective, or
here's what we have in stock.
Get the perspective from the from outer space, but also the idea of Hayes being the representative for the the 100-year cycle, because I think I'll hang on to the flyer.
Thanks, bud.
Come again.
And again, it kind of ties into the classic stuff. Control.
I need a favor, Driver 13.
Anything for you, Jane.
Pick up my niece and help her out. She's stranded.
Sure. Does this count as one of those 3 impossible jobs?
No, but it is mandatory, and I will pay you just like it's a regular delivery.
You can count on me, boss.
Because what's interesting is how many of the fragments that survive come from garbage dumps, and also from people who are writing books against the people that they were talking about. So like when you have something like against the mathematicians, you've got these quotes explaining what scumbags these people are, and it happens to be the only surviving fragment of that group that person felt compelled to write the work against. And one of the really good examples of this would be Diogenes Laertius's work, The Lives of Eminent Philosophers, which it's probably a little bit of an oversimplification of the work, but it's almost kind of like if you were to take a survey course in college of all of these philosophers, and your notes survived, and that was the only surviving copy of a lot of these philosophers, that would kind of be this big source that we have for a lot of the knowledge. Again, I just hit space once and I blasted off, so I think it's supposed to be you double tap space. But even then, it actually didn't go up that high, so there's something happening to cause my vehicle to launch every once in a while. Anyways, it's just a liability on the damage side of things. But obviously, Diogenes Laertius isn't necessarily known for his tremendous scholarship or his great contributions to philosophy as a philosopher. I think maybe the reputation has sort of been... I kind of think it's possible to overcorrect this stuff, so I think that maybe people want to take away, the fact that it is this compendium and that it is useful. I also think it's pretty readable. Like, I have this new edition of it, which has a bunch of art in it as well, which I quite like. But yeah, I mean, obviously it's one of these cases where it's not the same as Plato, where it's fair to say that we essentially have all of the works that Plato had intended to be left to posterity, as opposed to Aristotle, where we know there are lost works, and potentially the works that we have are not necessarily the ones that were intended for public consumption, but were rather notes for lectures, let's say, or something like that. And so, again, the fact that you have this distorted view, or maybe the question as to whether or not Hayes' view is a distorted one, drugs notwithstanding. This idea that Hayes, the gambler who does not need to be given instructions to live in the moment, is the one to provide the snapshot of the world for that 100-year cycle. Is always I'm always fond of that idea. It does come up in science fiction every once in a while, but it's one that I still find interesting, even if it doesn't add anything new to it. Also, it very safely steers me away from political stuff or social issues, because I realize anything I have to say on that is generally not that great. I appreciate that if I've deeply offended someone or frustrated someone, that the responses have been mild. Sorry, I just need to deal with one thing in a tab real quick. It's a friend's... Actually, I also owe Johnny Big Time a happy birthday. Okay, sorry about that. I try not to get too distracted streaming, but every once in a while something comes up. Now, what's really interesting here is that I tended to break the story at the times when... you would switch from Rania to Hayes, but of course we don't have any indication as to when we'll be going to the Rania story next. So I guess it's a 24-hour stream incoming. Thought I could make it. So if I can, I'd like to pick up the goodies as well. Oh, yep, I'll be able to make it work. So I know I ask this every little while. I haven't been doing a ton of activities on Hayes' story, but I'm curious, for those of you who are fond of this series, what are you thinking of the? Okay, that wasn't me. What are you thinking of the DLC? I will actually say that probably the exchange with the space station is probably my favorite out of the Hayes bits so far. I really do like the interaction between Hayes and Morpho. I think those are particularly well written. I think I prefer these two as a duo a little bit more than Rania and Camus. As much as I like Rania and Camus, I think the Hayes Morpho duo is definitely a step up. Like I think it's very consistent in terms of the result. It also kind of seems to acknowledge how sweary the game is. I guess I'm just more conscious of it because of the broadcasting thing. Normally I don't really... well, that's not entirely true. I remember watching the Beyond Good and Evil 2 trailer and thinking that it was weirdly sweary. So maybe I'm just a big old softie. But yeah, I'm not sure I like Hayes as a person, but I definitely like the encounters, and I think now that we're able to start filling the Cloudpunk jobs with him, we're getting a chance to see a few more, see a few more angles, and it's really paying off. Although I do kind of want to see how things turn out with Rania. Again, from the description of the game in Steam, it sounds like there are multiple endings to this. Well, hello, Miss Violence.
Hey, how dude? Give my knight in shining Hova.
Hop in.
Whoa!
Old dude.
I mean, for sure, hot old dude. Loving that grey hair. Real Silver Fox vibe you got going on there.
I like your guitar.
Everyone does. I barely get a minute's peace on the street without some slack jaw telling me he likes my guitar and asking me to come back to his and play his flute.
You mean?
It's the tits. I got good tits.
I guess. I mean, so you're Jane's niece.
Sure am. You might know me as Screaming Polly from the Deep Slices, or Howling Polly Genocide from the Spit and Swallows.
I'm not really up on my guitar bands.
Come on, I need to get to the gig fast. Let's go, Silver Fox.
I'm gonna get you there nice and safe, and slow. Otherwise, control will kill me.
I got smokes I could share. Strong like.
Sure, I can pick up the pace. Where you headed?
Kinbaku Kitten Club. My group is opening for some old man band called Too Many Cooks Spoil the Orgy.
Hey, I know them. The percussionist. Headbutted me for kissing his sister. Bought me a drink afterwards. Cool guy.
Mm-hmm. This hovery's fucking gross, by the way. What's your deal, Silver Fox? What's with all the boxes? Was that where your robot friend? Why can't you afford air freshener?
You're welcome to walk.
I'm just dinging you. We can have a smoke and make the air smell better. Or Martha smell, at least.
Light me up.
So, like I said, what's your deal, Pops?
Smooth. My deal? Can't you guess from the packages? I drive deliveries. Or I used to.
If you deliver packages, why do you still have so many?
I didn't say I was good at it.
Ha! I like you. My daddy's your age. No way he smokes with me. I'm probably not gonna fuck you. That chill?
Just the smoke is fine for me, thanks.
So the robot?
I am Cadet Morpho.
A fucking sacco in your hover, for honest? What in core are you doing, Fox? This fucking robot is one of them.
Not yet. Not till tomorrow. He's still in training.
He'll be one of them soon enough. Yo, Sacco. Fuck you and your whole system. You hear? You're cancer.
Hey, Morpho's all right. I mean, kinda. He grows on you.
Aye, aye. Like I said, cancer grows on you too.
Never mind him. Give me another drag of that.
Wait, minor adjustment to the plan. We're going to the Synwave now. Change of venue.
Why are we changing direction?
Kinbaku Club says we trashed a drunk too bad last time. We're going to go to a proper underground place now. It doesn't even have a name. Hey, Pops. How's the smoke?
It's really good. Where'd you get it?
Our lead singer, Sala Grex. She grows it with these big fucking UV lamps. Makes the plants think they see in the sun, then they grow big, and the chems in them get strong.
This smoke is highly questionable.
You should try smoking sometime, Sacco. You can't really appreciate the rhythms of the city's music without manually adjusting your consciousness.
If I am smoking, it is because my internal circuitry has failed, and I do not want to appreciate the rhythms of the city.
We all move to our own beats, Echo, even if yours is some fascist military march.
What's your beat, Polly?
Being into heavy vocal, an ethereal lo-fi witch hop recently.
I haven't heard of those. In fact, I barely understand what you're talking about half the time. But I like the smoke.
Hayes likes everyone who gives him narcotics.
Nah, I pretend to. But Polly here, she's all right. For real.
You're right too, Fox. I think. Hang on, getting a message.
Another
Your
change
band
of
looking
venue.
for you?
Fatherfucker! No, they just kicked me out of the band. Replaced me with Lucy Lovelace. That vanilla ass. Prudy, frozen face, bitch. She can't even play guitar. Plays the fucking viola.
No one likes viola.
Right. Take me to the Double Up Club instead.
This is very aggravating. Will we keep changing destinations all night?
Chill out, Secco. Damn. If it would cool your circuits, I'd show you my tits. But you don't care about that, do you?
No.
I don't think she's taking advantage of anyone.
Of course you don't. I've known a million guys like Hayes. Old men love to hang out with young, hot women like me. It strokes their ego. They think they've got a chance now because they have money and a hover and a shitty apartment. All the things they didn't have when they were 19. And they still think that all that stuff is like a cheat code to get what they want from girls. All the barriers to dating a girl. They're gone now, but the problem is, they're still boys. The posters on the bedroom walls are replaced with cheap art prints of album covers and instruments they don't know how to play. No offense.
Hayes has no money, and this hover is semi-stolen.
I can't believe he's still single.
Who says I'm single?
I don't know, just every single thing about you.
Is this why you were thrown out of the band?
Mine failing honesty? Probably. Went into the open market, Double Up instead. I've got some free association spoken word poetry I'm ready to share with Novellis.
I predict it will contain profanity.
Too fucking right.
Want to practice on us first?
Please, no.
Relax, Secco. Hang on, getting another call?
You want me to...
Shh. Lucy! Why are you calling me, you fucking spout-faced, tight-lipped piece of fucking... Oh, really? In 5 minutes? I don't know. You all kind of fucked me there. But no hards, I guess. Close. Maybe. I'll think about it, okay? Well, why don't you just get on stage and wait and see if I turn up? Bye.
So, they needed you after all.
They sure did. They said it was all just a misunderstanding. I tell you what, Pops. Why don't you tell me what I should do?
What do you mean?
I start on my own or stick with a band? You're cool. You're old and wise and shit. You choose.
He is old. I think you should go back to your bandmates. Loyalty is important.
What do you think, Jank?
Fly, free lone wolf, and touch Elysium.
Right. You really want me to choose, Polly?
Yes, please, Daddy.
I am experiencing great displeasure.
So, I'm actually really bad at following the game's moral compass. I know Camus usually made recommendations that, excuse me, on reflection turned out to be right. I'm inclined to make her set out on her own, but these options make it sound really tough, right? So it's like drive Polly to her band, drive Polly to the Sine Wave nightclub. Or Synwave, I guess they called it. So I thought those are kind of both the same thing. Like, to my understanding, what I'm doing right now is leading her to...
I guess replacing that bitch Lucy Lovelace is worth getting back with the old band.
Petty revenge. The only thing that really motivates
Yeah, see, this isn't the one I wanted to do.
And getting laid.
And food. The basic human with its basic urges.
Well, wish me luck. Maybe I'll see you around, Fox.
Hope to see your new single on the vids.
If you do, it means we sold out.
Nothing wrong with selling out if you get what you want. Just make sure you get it.
Okay, Dad. See you after school.
Bye, Polly.
So yeah, like, I wanted to help her set out on her own. I probably just misunderstood the names of the clubs and such, but I don't know. I feel like it could have been... I feel like it could have been explained a little bit clearer, I guess. That might just be a me thing, though. Especially given that I think the biggest one for me is the fact that I was on my way to... Like, the location I was at seemed to be the location to let her do her solo thing, it would seem to make sense that me parking the car would have, like, this would have made the most sense. But yeah, I don't know. Like, I don't feel that strongly about it. I could have gone either way on the choices, to be honest. I'm going to leave it at this. I'd love to know what you thought of that little segment. However, I am going to take a second here to refill my tea, because I think I'm going to go for a bit longer than my usual time. So I just need a chance to grab some more refreshment. And there's two things that I will recommend. Number one, while I'm picking up some tea and whatnot, I strongly recommend that you all head out and get a stretch, take care of yourselves, do whatever needs doing. And either if you get back, or if otherwise you are looking to participate, or you just don't want to spend some time on your own, yeah, I'd love to, if you are up for chatting, and please don't feel obligated to do so, just mention what you thought of the last couple of segments. I am also going to try the ad thing again. So for those of you not currently subscribed to the channel, I hope your ad blocker picks it up. It'll only be 30 seconds, but I'm still trying something here. And I realize that the ad breaks are annoying. Oh, it's a 1 minute ad break, so my apologies for those of you who will be hit by that. It is largely to try and avoid the what happens when people host. But again, it's only for a short period of time. So, but I'm going to run it. Sorry if that's annoying, but it'll only be a minute. And I please encourage you to go away from the computer so you don't have to see this stuff. I'll see you all in a little bit. Okay, sorry about that. I do need to get my tea when it's ready. The BRB screen is like one of those signs, be back in 5 minutes, if not back, read again. Yeah, so I remember on my way home, or sorry, I'm going to be getting a Cloudpunk message in a bit. Story a bit quite interesting, but you arrived midway through it, so you're a bit lost. Celinarius, thank you very much for stopping by the way. If it was with Polly, it's actually probably one of the better ones to do part way. So we're maybe just because I'm waiting for my kettle to boil, it may not be a bad time to do a quick recap. For those of you unfamiliar with Cloudpunk, it takes place in a sort of a sprawling metropolis named Nivalis. It's sort of as many cyberpunk tropes as you could imagine, all into one. Tremendous inequality, people with very precarious employment, lots of ways of entertaining and otherwise occupying yourselves, but not necessarily any satisfaction coming out of it. Tech run rampant, androids, the whole 9 yards. And in that game you play Rania, who is sort of someone who has come to the city to try and escape a little bit of her past. Now, we're enjoying City of Ghosts, which continues Ranya's story, but also introduced this character, Hayes, who we're playing. Rania is currently poisoned, and I believe her companion may be dead and in our back seat, actually. Camus the dog. Basically, we have sort of inherited Rania's vehicle. At some point, I'm assuming we're going to wind up in a situation where we encounter her again. I hope the story doesn't end there. But right now, this character Hayes has a big debt that needs to be paid. Our companion is actually an officer in training who intends to arrest us as soon as they become an actual officer the following morning. And we've only just gotten this vehicle, so we've I think only completed one full job out of 3, sort of in exchange for getting this vehicle. And so really I'm kind of curious about the stories, mostly just because I'm interested in people's thoughts of the vignettes, like these little glimpses into the city. I definitely thought the space station one was a little bit more, it was one that kind of spoke to me a little bit more. But it is sort of interesting to see, again, just the youth's attitude on this, or what rebellion looks like, because there was a fun moment in the base game where we ran into a couple of like gangsters who wanted to express their defiance of the system by like building a public park, which was really amusing. Anyways, let me just listen to the kettle. If it's ready to boil, I'll pour my tea. If it's not, we'll make some small scrambled. All right, it's boiling. I'll be back in quite literally 10 seconds. Okay, sorry about that.
Got another package for you, 13.
What's so tough about this one?
It's for the Blue Chewy Jazz Bar.
Doesn't sound so tough.
They're about to lose their jazz license. You have to get the package to them before Sec busts the place.
Damn, on my way.
Yeah, very much.
Do you think about what the space woman said?
Still on Naraya. So I should say, I'll get the commercial bits out of the way. I was given a key for this game and City of Ghosts by the developer Ion Lands. And the reason I'm saying that is I should mention that it is actually currently half off on the Steam sale.
I have no doubt.
I don't want to talk over the dialogue too much. So yeah, I would actually say that this game is very much driving and listening to stories. There is a little bit, this one there's a little bit more to it. I noticed there was a part where my character's life was in danger and I sort of needed to solve a few puzzles, which wasn't true of the base game. This DLC is sort of like a sequel, but it's not on sale at the moment. But yeah, I would say like if you're into cyberpunk as in you're into cyberpunk stories, this game really scratches that itch. The catch is that I realize not everyone necessarily likes just the experience of going from place to place. But like for me, one thing I really liked was how I was becoming a better Cloudpunk driver over the course of like getting to know the city a little bit better, finding a parking spot quickly. And one of the really rewarding things is when you start, not even on like the main quest, but when you start running into these other citizens of the city and you start hearing their stories, you actually start seeing how their own lives develop and sort of how you encounter them and maybe give them advice that changes the trajectory of their life. So this is definitely not a bad little representation of how you spend most of the time. And one of the things I have noticed, for better or worse, is that this game does tend to promote a lot of discussion of the themes of the game and some of the modern day issues that it might be covering. But obviously, if you have any questions that might be tied to knowing what's going on in the plot, I'm happy to try and answer those. Although obviously I sort of I try to not talk over the dialogue as often.
She told you that you should find more to do with your life than vice. After you clear your debts and serve time in CorpSec prison, you should try to achieve something meaningful.
CorpSec prison. You know you never get out, right? They just make you a wage slave till you die.
CorpSec will find productive work for you when I arrest you.
Yeah. What about you, Morpho? What's your purpose?
CorpSec.
You sure you're making the right choice?
I have seen no other life that appeals to me.
I hope you find one by morning.
So I thought that this might be a timed mission. They might have gotten rid of the timed missions for the DLC. They were definitely the ones I found the more difficult. Oh, the other thing I should mention is there's great music for this too, so.
Hey, I decrypted that message. You ready to receive the data?
Greg, I got a level with you. When I saw those tattoos on your teeth, I was pretty sure you were just gonna rip me off and never call me back.
You want it or not?
Sure, fire away.
It's a list of names. Altus Atrius, Sutadore, Oldzik, Sasha Kozon, Sarinam, Mati Ati, Rubric, Mr. A.
A big list of names? Can you send it in a data file?
I can flash it up on our display, but the info is marked as volatile. Shouldn't be saved on... storage or CorpSec will track it.
Sure, flash it up on my display. I have a photographic memory.
Really?
I am confident he does not have a photographic memory.
On your screen now. You still got that core pod with you.
I don't know who you mean.
Right. Well, if you see him, tell him that next time he steps foot in my neighborhood, he's gonna learn what we do to undercover core pods. It involves acid bats and pneumatic drills.
I'll be sure he gets the message.
I messed up the direction, so I think I'll just go through the buildings. You do get a speed bonus if you follow the actual paths. Okay. It might just be that it's in a building in the middle. Yep. Alright.
Crap, we can't leave.
If CorpSec are about to raid this bar, they won't be letting anyone out. Control warned you about this.
I can't afford to get stuck here. Let's see if we can talk our way out of this.
Looks like there's something. Oh, there's Molly to talk to. Yeah, that's it.
Imagine meeting a guy like you in a place like this.
Hey, Molly. What do you mean? This is a nice place.
Imagine meeting a guy like you in a place like this.
I missed you too. Waterboarded any rich old men recently?
The night is young.
Waterboarding requires a permit.
Not when it's consensual.
Correct. Just like whipping, breath play, and being called a naughty, naughty little boy.
Hey, does client dominatrix confidentiality mean nothing to you?
Not when you skip the bill.
The activities you listed mark you out as a torturer and/or interrogator. Do you have a contract with CorpSec for such services?
A few, but not in the way you think. Hayes, where did you get the bot? He's fresher than the vents.
He's gonna arrest me in the morning.
Fair. So, you getting one last drink at the Chew before it closes for good?
I'd hoped to get out quick. Now I'm stuck inside. At least I'm stuck here with a friendly face.
CorpSec will raid any minute. Last orders. They'll never let this place stay open.
What if the band just knocked it off with the jazz?
You tried talking to these old-timers? Oh, they're less flexible than you in a hog tie.
Molly!
I'm sorry for embarrassing you in front of your cool new friend, Hayes. I tell you what, I love this place. If you can find a way to keep it open, I'll stop telling the world what's on your itemized bill. I'll even call off your debt. Deal?
Maybe buy me a drink first?
Don't push your luck, boy. No freebies of any kind.
All right, I'll go talk to them.
How can we keep the bar open? Molly seems doubtful we can save it. The robots here are very stubborn.
Just leave it to me, Dorco. I'll turn on the charm.
Yeah, so, Zon, it is a challenge that I run into. One thing, I mean, the nice thing is that you have a little bit of an open world, so as long as you know, like, so here would be a chance for me to be able to talk with people. And I mean, the nice thing is that the game really does have a nice look for it, right? So being able to just sort of take a look around and drink it all in does give you a nice opportunity to sort of talk about what's going on, and you can take your own time. But I do tend to find that in between jobs, I mean, obviously this is a game first, right? It's not, you play games and you do videos of them and you do live streams of them, but games shouldn't be designed specifically so that I can do live streams of them. And so I would always want the priority to be on making the best game possible. But unfortunately, it just does sometimes mean that I have to sort of put a pin in chat a little bit to be able to deal with stuff. But I've kind of learned over time that it's one that I'm able to find that balance with. But you're absolutely right. Like, for something that's less interactive like YouTube, it's one that would work a little bit. You wouldn't have those same kinds of interruptions. Although usually I feel like on YouTube you probably want to offer some commentary.
So, the saxophone, huh? I can play the saxophone.
Not this one. This one is mine.
Okay, buddy. I was just trying to figure out a way we can keep this place open.
I really shouldn't be speaking to you. I need to change the spit valve before we can start playing again.
You need to change the spit valve, but you're...
What?
Never mind.
I like that they acknowledge it, but never...
So, I had this idea how you guys could help this place stay in business.
Is your idea that we just stop playing jazz?
Simple, but effective.
You got a loose grip on the situation, my friend. We have to keep playing. It's in our contract, and if we break that, we get decommissioned.
Just play something that's not jazz.
How?
I don't know, I'm no expert. Just play less jazzily.
Nope. No idea what you're talking about.
What if I talk to the viola player and send them to the punk band?
Hey, so you play...
viola.
Are all the jokes about violas true?
What jokes?
What's the difference between a viola and a vacuum cleaner?
You have to plug a vacuum cleaner in before it sucks.
So you have heard the jokes.
Yeah, that's a good one.
I really thought we were going to be able to do the punk thing.
No dice, Skip. I gotta stay true to the beats in my head. You gotta feel it, you know? If you ain't feeling it, you ain't really playing music. You're just making sounds.
Can't you just make sounds for a while, though? Just till this corpsec business blows over?
No, sirree. No more than you could quit breathing.
I can hold my breath for a minute, maybe two.
Well, good for you, Skip. I can't hold back the beats.
Sorry for skipping that first line of dialogue. I was trying to talk, and it didn't seem to be activating.
You got a singer already? I can front a band, no problem.
Probable lies detected.
Well, I sing and play bass. But to be honest, my heart is not in it. I just want to...
Yeah? Go on, you can tell me, buddy.
I just want to dance. It's what I do best. I hate bass. It's just guitar for people who don't like attention. I like attention. I want to move my body.
Live your dream, buddy. You should dance.
To jazz?
To whatever. And I'll take the vocals. Trust me, man, I can build hype. I got a set of pipes. Don't leave me on the bench.
You should definitely leave him on the bench.
So the keyboarder is the last one that I haven't talked to.
Hey, me and my buddy Dorko were trying to figure out a way to save you guys.
Scabba-dee-ba-doo-da-ba-ba-doo-ba-doo.
Are you scatting?
That's a rat-a-tat-a-doo-ba-doo.
You should meet Jank. A conversation between you both would be very insightful.
I think that's the sassiest thing you've ever said, Morpho.
Scuba, pong, hip hop, hoo-biddy-hoo.
Right, better leave this guy to his koobly-boobly keyboards.
I'm assuming it's going to give me the choice to work the bass player.
Did you get anywhere?
I was thinking maybe I could be in a band, you know? I have the swagger, the voice, the talent, the physique.
Physique. Remember, I've seen you naked, Hayes. Don't see many lead singers with hot bellies these days.
Don't body shame me.
Oh, I think your pod is adorable, but music is an industry built on image, just like mine. Rubber is not flattering on the figure.
Oh, come on, Molly. Let's run away and get married. We can get drunk and fat and old together.
Let's just see if we can avoid getting arrested tonight and go from there. What did the band say?
They won't stop playing jazz. Something about a contract.
They don't all have to play at the same time.
Yeah, but the music can't stop, and they won't play anything but jazz.
What components make up jazz? I will look this information up on the nets.
Is your friend okay? He seems to have frozen.
I apologize for the delay. I was searching for definitions of jazz, and opinions vary.
Sounds like a waste of time.
Negative, as jazz is composed of characteristic rhythmic patterns, harmonics associated with, but not necessarily identical to, functioning harmonies and the performance of improvised elements. We may be able to adjust the performance so that it no longer qualifies as jazz.
How?
I believe at least 3 musicians must play for the music to continue. Were you to select the least jazz-like elements of the musical composition, perhaps when Corpsec hear that, they will reconsider their conclusions.
I think he's onto something, Hayes. If you tell just 3 of them to play, maybe we can create some kind of music which doesn't quite qualify as jazz. Corpsec might hear it and think they've made a mistake.
But who should play?
You're the musical expert. Just go and talk to the 3 robots who will create the least jazzy music together.
And the bassist, so I can take over as the singer.
Your call. Just don't get carried away, Hayes, okay?
Okay, now is the time to choose. Speak to the 3 musicians who you think will create music least like jazz together. If Corpsec hears something that is not jazz, perhaps we can avoid disaster.
I wasn't really thinking about this. I don't remember their...
Hey, listen, we want just a few of you to play, okay?
You need a viola solo?
No, God no. But let's just have you and 2 more playing. Hey, what do you call someone who hangs around with musicians?
A viola player. Of course.
I'm thinking bass and trombone. Let's lock in the trombone first.
So, we have a plan.
You're not gonna ask me to play disco music, are you?
You don't like disco? I love disco.
Disco is filled with nothing. Only warm primordial blackness.
Gotcha. Not a fan. Well, play what you feel, but not the whole band. Sounds good?
I don't get it, but sure thing, boss.
So, I think I should stand in front.
Excuse me?
When I sing, I should be in front. Then you guys should back me up.
With dance moves?
With your bass.
All right. I guess I can do that.
Small band this time, just 3 of you. It's gonna work. Trust me.
Interesting selection. Do you think this is going to work?
Sure. When's the sec gonna
Yep,
bust this
least
place?
jazz-like.
Well, they've locked us all inside. I'm guessing they'll bust us as soon as they hear jazz and have their evidence.
Nah, they'll hear my new composition and let us go. I'm sure of it.
Are you confident? that this composition will not sound like jazz?
Sure, 100%.
Alone among the spires and the sea, though blizzards cold and rain on me, the lone wolf rules all above, and the fox hides far below. 100 years uprising stalls, revolution cold and faded sighs. Who carries flames for those who died? Who buries broken, shattered pride? Yeah.
This is the CorpSec Jazz Enforcement Unit.
Don't!
Unlicensed jazz has been detected in this establishment. This venue is now closed. All patrons, please consider this an informal warning. The Blue Chewy Bar is now CorpSec property.
Informal, oh yeah!
Oh, you are pathetic.
Hey, free verbal abuse, nice.
An informal warning. This is a disaster. I am ruined.
Keep your metal pants on. They're not taking names. We should go, though.
Don't call me anytime soon, Hayes.
Yeesh, the music critics are harsh tonight. Later, Malls. Let's hit the road, Dorco. This place is old news.
That's a shame. So I'll justify my my picks here. So the reason I didn't want to do the keyboard because it's the Scat Man, right? He's obviously pretty jazzy. So I had to pick three.
Well, that was a rush.
I have a newfound appreciation for silence.
We got to get back to work anyway. We have that list of names for that Huxley job. But I don't know what to do with them. We should play his message.
More annoying noise.
I thought you liked chasing the detective's clues.
I am sure I would be a better detective. He is not respectable.
You don't fool me, Corbett. You're into this mystery stuff. Let's hear the message.
If the dame got this far, she'd already survived Switchblade Greg, and now she had the names of every living member of the chorus. That list was a billion-limb lottery win and an ancient curse, all rolled into one. It made her the most dangerous person in Nivalis, and the most vulnerable, too. It could make her rich, and make her worse than dead. It all just depended on how she used it, and I had a suggestion.
We should report this list to CorpSec.
Didn't you hear, Morpho? That list could make us rich, and by us, I mean me.
I know the dame thought I was just some busted robot with more than a few screws loose, but the truth was I knew all about that AI she'd be talking to. It was called Cora, and she wasn't the only one looking for it.
Cora? Like the Cora? Our friend Huxley really has lost it.
From what I'd gathered, the dame had been to Cora's sanctum before, maybe more than once. I needed her to go there one last time. She had to make sure she wasn't followed, but the dame was smart. And if we were going to put a stop to the chorus for good, we'd need help from all the ancient dark gods of technology we could find.
This course of action is unwise. Traveling outside the CorpSec city jurisdiction is dangerous.
Maybe for you. CorpSec wants me dead, remember?
I do not want you dead.
Morpho, if you're going to join up with the Sec, you're going to take on all their actions and own them. What they think is what you think. You got to choose a side, man, me or them.
It is clear that I'll choose them, but I will be disappointed when you are dead.
I'm touched. Now, let's go meet this Cora. Maybe she can tell us how to turn this list of names into, like, a billion limbs.
What would you even do with a billion limbs? Spend it all on drugs?
Well, in the short term, it would pay off some of the people who are trying to kill me. It would clear me out of CorpSec debt, too. I'd even offer you a few mil to drop your dumb dream.
I would turn down such an offer.
Sure. We'll see.
But yeah, so it was a tough call, right? So like the bassist seemed to make sense because they were least inclined to be jazz. Viola, I suppose, on its own is probably the least jazzy you would think about for the in terms of the instruments on stage. Trombone definitely is pretty jazzy, but the keyboardist would be the keyboardist was definitely very jazzy, and I kind of feel like you could make jazz out of pretty much any instrument you're working with. So if I had to switch one out, I would maybe do I'd switch the trombone for something else. Maybe, hang on, I'm going the wrong way. Excuse me. Maybe I would put the keyboardist or something like that. I was trying to make something close to, a string ensemble. But yeah, saxophone's pretty clearly jazzy. Piano's pretty clearly jazzy. I'm pretty sure you can turn anything jazzy with a right set of drums. So that was a pretty tough needle to thread, and I suppose it didn't really help that I was a little psyched out by missing out one of the bits of dialogue. I don't know. What would you folks have done better to produce not jazz? Sorry, that sounds like a challenge. I'm just curious if anybody had a choice they would have done differently. Mind you, also, I feel like Rania is inherently more competent than Hayes, so the idea of me not, succeeding on a bunch of stuff that I wanted to is probably on brand. Like, I'm less annoyed by that one than I was... than I am in the cases of thinking that I'm going to do one thing and then it turning into another one. It's like, actually, the best example I could give would be sometimes when you play games which have dialogue responses, you'll have a character and the dialogue option is something like, no, I don't want to do that. So it's like, okay, yeah, I'll click on that one, and then the character is actually like, I'm gonna cut your face. Obviously, something gets a little bit lost in translation.
Gamble responsibly with Oliara Casino. Roulette.
There have been fewer cases of that in this game. It just sort of feels like in a few cases I wind up doing something that I feel like the waypoint goes to something different than what I wanted. Like in the case of the poly exchange. Oh, so it is. It is the Sanctum. I don't recall what the instruments were. I don't think I'd put the keyboard. The scat was very jazzy. Yeah, for sure. So the instruments were a bass, which is very jazzy for sure. The bass, the viola, saxophone, trumpet, and drums. And basically you have to remove 2. So, wait. Am I missing one? Keyboardist, trombone, saxophone, viola, bass, drums. Okay, 6. So you have to remove half. I did trumpet and piano, so.
What did you say?
It was not me. The dog is talking.
Oh, this
I
is
am
cool.
back. I am alive. I heard a voice calling to me. It was familiar. I am glad I am not dead. Wait.
We're glad too, fella. How you feeling?
Who are you? Have I been stolen again? I am not just a car now. If you try to steal me, I will bite you. With my mouth.
Steady there, buddy. Besides, you don't appear to have real teeth.
Do not mock me. My gums are moderately firm.
We did not steal you. I am an officer of CorpSec.
Cadet.
And I assure you, I would never commit a crime.
We were given this hover when the last driver went missing. It's all on the up and up. What happened to driver 14FC?
You have to help. The assassin robot from the Det Corps tried to kill us. Then the Curzona man seemed nice, but he wasn't, and he was going to take me away. Then we hid Pashta with Evelyn, but the Det Corp assassin android tried to kill us, and she killed JK, maybe, but we escaped. And we got fired from Cloudpunk, and then the chorus was after us, and Rubric was one of them. And there was a virus, and now she is in a trance, but she can't wake up, and they will get the information about Cora's daughter, and then they will kill us all, and I was unplugged, and Cora's daughter is going to have her knowledge stolen. But who cares about that, because we will be dead, as I previously stated.
Right. So you were already fired? That means no one can be mad at me for taking the Hava, right?
Did you not hear? You need to help.
Sure, sounds like a real pickle you got there. We gotta go talk to some computer terminal first, though. Then we'll help you with all of that stuff you just said.
Really? You will help? That is great news. I am Camus, by the way. Camus the dog.
Right, I'm Hayes, and this guy is Dorko the Dorkbot.
Nice to meet you, Dorko.
My name is Morpho, and I am not a dorkbot.
I know that, Morpho. I now understand jokes, including irony, absurdist humor, and verbal abuse.
Right, let's go find out how we can use this list of names to get rich.
I'm glad Camus is back.
Wow, spooky. This place feels ancient.
It is. I have been here before.
Really? Did you know this Huxley dude?
Huxley? Yes. He was one of my favorite people before he exploded.
Well, maybe you can do the talking with this computer terminal. I think they're expecting you and your owner instead of me and Dorko.
But yeah, Cellon has it right, Mad King Bros. Like we were looking to do something that would not be recognized as jazz. But obviously the musicians would think they were playing jazz, so it's kind of why I wanted to go for the people who were least into it. It is one of these things that I'd actually kind of like to have a save point and review. By the way, again, I'll just say this: I really love how you can walk by these little, photographic moments. You've got the Ridley Scott fog, kind of permeating all the scenes for the lights. I forgot how just visually impressive this place was. Actually, come to think of it, it might have also been it might have been different the last time I visited here, but it's a very cool looking environment. Look at that.
You do the talking, doggy.
Why do you always make someone else talk for you?
Why do you think?
Cowardice.
Survival instincts. Besides, this dusty old terminal looks like it gives out parking tickets, not communion with a god.
Goddess. So I once was.
Hello, Miss Cora. It is nice to talk to you again. I thought you were gone.
I am not as I was. I am a mind fractured. I am patches on upgrades, systems on systems. I am the uncompiled version of myself. My code rupturing and splitting, regressing till I am data with no execution. I am the change, the distance between what I was and what I will soon become. I thrash at the bottom of the ocean, a sprawling entity, growing and swelling till I burst at the seams. I will soon scatter, shatter, and crack into a million shards of myself.
Do you remember me?
I remember you, Camus. I have a task for you. For all of you.
I am listening. Hayes, Morpho, you should also listen to Cora. She is very clever. We saved her daughter and sent her to another city. But Cora is very old now.
I am a relic. A fossil, desiccated and fragile. Every time I reach out to touch another soul, I risk crumbling to dust.
She always talks like this. She is a very dramatic AI. If you need me to translate, please let me know.
You can ask her what we do with this list of names.
The list you now have was collated by my agent, Huxley. It contains a blueprint for a corrupt malevolence known as the Chorus. The names on that list represent the very worst of humanity.
So what does the Chorus want?
Power. And when it is absolute and in their hands, the elimination of any threat to that power. They are hegemony, the forces of stagnation and the death of the living soul made incarnate.
Stockbrokers?
Please be serious, Hayes. This is important.
The Chorus exist at every level of society, and they have existed for almost as long as my conception of my own consciousness. They maintain control through manipulation of markets and capital via an unerringly accurate algorithm that allows them to predict future events.
See, I told you, stockbrokers.
They seek my daughter, though she slumbers in another city. Should the Chorus find me, they will use me to get to her. In seeking her out, they will destroy me and doom the city. If they locate her, she will have no way to defend herself.
You can't stop them.
I am not as I once was.
Where is your daughter?
Sanga, the city of dream.
Hey, don't worry about it. They'll never get there. Sanga's on the other side of the world, if it even exists at all.
Distance will not protect her.
We have to save her daughter. And we have to protect Cora, too. The Chorus can't find her, or we are all in trouble. They can't be allowed to find this terminal.
Hayes, Huxley told us to make sure we were not followed.
Wait. If you use the same Hova to get here, it would be very easy to track you.
Nah, we couldn't have.
On 17 separate occasions, you have called me stupid. Maybe I'll be as stupid as you one day.
Well, one day is better than every day.
Silence. You have increased the threat to my daughter and yourselves. Return to your vehicle. I have the information you need to save the messenger.
You will help us?
Leave now. Do not look back. I have the cure you seek. When the time is right, I shall show her the sky. Go.
We must be quick. Cora says she will send us the cure for the virus.
I don't know, Camus. There's a lot of mad old AIs in Navalis. She didn't even tell us what to do with the list of names.
We should help the dog's owner. It is only fair.
Fine, let's go then.
I'll do first person for a little while in the vehicle, but my driving is already pretty... hang on, no.
Back to the apartment now. We don't have much time.
All right, but what are we going to do when we get there?
I gotta go third person for
this bit. If this Chorus is so dangerous, maybe we should lie low. They could be waiting for us.
Cora will tell us what to do when the time is right.
It's good you got faith in the computer with the God complex, but I'm not so sure, Camus.
Got a ring-a-ding on the hello phone.
Not now, Jank.
What is he talking about?
The automata is broken, but Hayes won't pay to fix him.
He's not broken. He's a character.
Hayes, it's Jenna.
What? What the hell? Put her through. Damn it, put her through. And everyone else, shut up. I'm serious.
That's actually really cool that you're mentioning Renaissance technology. I have an enormous respect for Jim Simmons.
I think he really is serious.
I'll shut up for a bit.
This is the first time I have heard him be serious.
Shh. Jenna, are you there?
It's me.
Oh, hey, what's up? Is Jenna there? Is everything okay? Listen, I've been thinking about what I've done, and I just wanted to say...
She's dying, Hayes. Jenna's dying.
What? What?
Some kind of chest infection. Her breathing is shallow. She can hardly speak, hardly breathe.
I'm on my way, but you have to get a doctor. Fucking hell, Shay, you're supposed to be looking after her.
We tried. Her health monitor went offline a year back, so she's violated her health insurance. I kept telling her to get the chip repaired. She wouldn't listen. You know how she is.
Her dad will spring for it. He's fucking loaded.
He disowned her. First running off with you, then hooking up with me. He's real old-fashioned.
He's a misogynistic, homophobic old piece of shit.
Calm down. She doesn't need this kind of energy. Just speak to her on the calm, okay? It's all she wants. She just needs to hear your voice.
Hey, Jenna, you hear me? How bad is it?
Remember when we smoked those weeds you got at the periphery?
That bad, huh?
Worse.
Jen, you still there, soldier?
Yeah. I just wanted to tell you. Sorry about your mum.
Yeah, it's fine. I'm gonna help you, okay?
Let me finish, okay? Sorry about your mum, but it's no excuse. You really spiraled, you know? Like water draining out the tub. You sucked everyone down with you. Do you have people around, even now? Friends?
Kinda.
Then don't hurt them, okay? I know you're gonna keep hurting yourself, but stop dragging people down with you. Do it for me.
Fine, whatever. Just save your breath, okay? I'm going to help you.
Okay, Ace. That sounds fine.
It's me again. You really think you can help?
Maybe.
We would need at least 40K.
Not that kind of help. Listen, I think Jenna has some kind of logic virus that attacks the nervous system.
We know that, genius. We've seen the news. Her automata diagnosed it already. Problem is there's no cure. The only thing that might help is cryo till it clears. But that shit is out of our league.
There might be a cure, though. Just leave it with me, okay? I'm close.
Look, if you can help, if you're not full of shit again, please do whatever you can, but just do it quick. She's getting worse, fast. I won't let her go out of this world alone. I have to stay by her side.
I'll be there.
You've flaked on every plan you've ever made with Jenna, and let her down every way a man can let down someone. And yet she still cares about you. If you're gonna help her now, just come through. This one time, come through for her.
We must get back to the apartment.
Sure, after we help Jenna.
No! There is no time.
Jenna has the same virus, right? It has to be the same thing. Tell him, Morpho.
The pathology sounds identical. Any cure Cora offers us should be used to save them both. But who first?
I gotta
Jenna.
do Rania.
She's always been frail. Your friend sounds tough. She'll hold out.
She has been affected for a long time. We have to help her first.
It is your choice, Hayes, but the human Jenna sounds deathly ill. Like everyone else in your life, you no doubt treated her poorly. This is a chance to make amends. I think we should help her first.
Quiet, both of you. I know what I have to do.
Yeah, I mean, it's not just the Medallion Fund, or I mean, Renaissance Technologies itself. I know the other fund didn't.
Is she?
She is breathing, but her eyes empty.
Well, whatever we do, we gotta do it quick. Jenna needs me. That Cora chick said she would tell us what to do.
We should get her some water.
I'm sorry, Camus. I'm out of my depth here. I don't do well around sick people.
Please hold yourself together.
She is very ill. This is a terrible way to attack your foes. We must stop the chorus. We can't let them get away with...
They cutting off your electricity already? She's not even dead yet.
There is a pattern in the lights. It is...
Cora.
Huh? I don't get it.
This is how the virus infects you. Through flashing lights. Perhaps this is also how you can be cured.
No, that's nuts. Viruses are data or bacteria or airborne particles or whatever.
A logic virus transmitted this way, though strange, is certainly possible. If replicable ideas can be data or genes, why not also light and electricity and life?
Would you all keep it down? My head is splitting open. I hope not literally, but I'm not so sure.
You are okay.
No, but I am alive.
Right, great. See ya. Me and Dorkbot have to go help Jenna.
We should stick together. It is not safe.
Let him go, Camus, whoever he is. I need to rest a minute.
We're borrowing your Hava. It's okay because everyone thinks you're dead.
Whatever.
No, we have to help Cora and her daughter.
We'll bring it back, I promise.
He frequently makes promises, but seldom keeps them.
Do your thing. We're not going anywhere for a while. Camus, give me some coffee. Strong. And turn the lights off.
Yeah, so to unpack what Selenin said for those of you who don't know, so Jim Simmons is someone who I believe started off as a physicist. I know he worked as a code breaker at the NSA for a while. Actually, I think it was code breaking. I don't know if he also developed cryptographic algorithms.
We must return Ranya's Hava after you help your ex-partner.
Right, because we're breaking CorpSec rules.
And it is the right thing to do. I believe I know how the cure works. I may be able to replicate it from my recording.
You starting to realize the difference between morality and the law, Morpho?
No one should suffer this form of virus. We must stop the chorus.
Sure. Let's get to Jenna fast. Shit, I hope we're not too late.
Eventually founded the sort of mathematics department at Stony Brook University, which I think is a very well-regarded department. Definitely brought in a lot of talent. And then left to found a hedge fund on Wall Street known as Renaissance Technologies, and has produced something like 30% returns every year. The Medallion Fund, at least, has produced something like 30% returns every year. Based on what we would now probably call sort of machine learning, deep learning, a number of techniques. One of the more controversial but certainly brilliant hires he made was Robert Mercer, who obviously is somewhat more notorious for his political activities lately. But before that was involved in sort of language processing at IBM, brought in a couple of other IBMers to help work on the problems. And effectively, the idea behind Renaissance Technologies was to do purely algorithmic trading based on lots of data and the ability to sort of discern historical patterns or trends from that data. And they seem to have delivered on it. So this is very much the sort of stuff that you would imagine we should help Jen, and then I'll finish talking about the stuff.
Shay, let me in.
You're too late, Hayes. She's in some sort of coma.
Damn it, just let me in.
I don't trust you. You fucked up. Again. You said you'd be here. Where the fuck were you?
I had to take care of something first. It was the right thing to do.
Saving Jenna was the right thing to do. God damn it, Hayes. I'm not letting Jenna's final moments be filled with the sounds of me swearing at you. And I'm not going to let you steal her remaining time with more broken promises and lies. You can't come up. If you ever really loved her, you'd stay away right now. Goodbye.
If not me, let me send a friend up. You'll go, right, Morpho?
Who?
He's a good friend.
No more deadbeats. No old friends.
Look, he's CorpSec.
What?
He's CorpSec, the real deal, a fully fledged officer. I'm going to jail tomorrow and he's arresting me. He hates me more than you do.
I do not hate you. Miss Shay, we are being truthful with you. I have recorded the combination of photon emotions which can cure the virus. If this attempt fails, you will have lost nothing. All that need happen is I come upstairs for one moment. Is it not worth the risk for the women you both obviously care for deeply?
One condition.
Anything.
You never speak to her again. You go to jail, leave Nivalis, whatever. You disappear for good.
It's a deal.
Swear it.
On my life.
Fine. Come up then, Courtbot.
Yeah, I was gonna say if they wanted to kill Jenna on that, I was not gonna feel
Jack,
bad
I
about
have
it.
to get my shit together. I don't think I've made a single good choice all night.
That ain't true, Skip. You flipped a dolphin many times before, worse than peanuts gravy.
Yeah. Well, let me see if I can do something right. Help someone tonight. Get me Koga Bind on the comm.
Doodling the bind, meester. Preep, 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 preep.
Hayes, calling the gloat. We almost caught you a few times, you know. Your time is limited.
I know. It's personal with you, isn't it? It's not just about the limbs I stole from Curzona that made you look bad in front of your bosses.
You slept with my wife.
She hates your guts.
I paid a high price to capture you. I won't let you slip through my fingers.
The swing park in Midtown, you know it?
Yes.
I'll meet you there. I'm tired of running. Let's settle things.
Nice try, Hayes.
No, I mean it. I'll be there. I'm done for, Koga. Might as well let everyone have a kick at the dog before he's put down. Jank, hang up the call.
That's a 10-5, boss.
Send a message to Razor from my contacts. Just 5 words. Corpo at the hunting ground.
Another nemesis on the high?
Nah, an old friend from the revolutionary days. I want to close my eyes now, old buddy. I'm beat. Wake me when Morpho comes back, and put on some tunes. Something chill. Something that sounds like the sun coming through the clouds on a rainy Tuesday.
I also had a suspicion that Cora may not help if we didn't go help Rania. Oh, interesting. We're doing Morpho now. So you know what? I'm gonna just go to pause for a second just so I can snip a thread in conversation. Yeah, so Simons definitely is a really impressive guy, and certainly is an example of I think a pretty decent example in terms of somebody who is transforming their wealth into some very worthwhile initiatives. The Simons Foundation is doing quite a bit of work in terms of bringing up mathematics education, at least across the United States. They actually have a very good publication called Quanta Magazine, which will sort of help talk about some recent developments in computation, mathematics, physics. I think there's a couple of other fields. Obviously, Robert Mercer is is kind of the opposite of that. I would actually argue that Simons and Mercer are kind of almost the political opposites. But the thing is that everything is politics, and it's very hard not to appreciate the accomplishment that they did, because of course now you and I might take machine learning and we'll get a Python module for it. A lot of this stuff has been essentially solved by existing programmers, and we can reap the benefits of this technology, whereas at the time they were very much working with big data before it was called big data. And I think that ties into Selen's question about the Medallion Fund, which is whether or not it will continue to perform in the face of competition. So the thing to remember is that the Medallion Fund was still performing even in the case of the financial crisis, where there were already a number of quantitative funds which had some that were even founded by people who previously were at Renaissance Technologies. They were still able to keep their edge. I think part of it is because of their very intense focus on hiring researchers and academics. Like, I would assume that there are many qualities that make me unsuited for Renaissance Technologies, but the fact that I've got an economics degree as opposed to like a physics degree is probably one thing that would definitely be against me. So I think there is something to be said for the fact that it has a very well-developed sort of knowledge base. I also think there's something to be said for the sheer mass of data that they have been able to collect and how they have been able to sort of turn it into a set of operations. It's very dangerous to try and predict the stock market or returns. And obviously, it's an academic exercise, as you pointed out, that right now only employees of Renaissance Technologies can invest in that fund. But I would say that competition would probably not be the thing that prevents Renaissance Technologies from continuing to be able to make those returns, although I know their subsequent funds haven't necessarily performed as well, and I believe that they're attempting different strategies, and perhaps they have not been as successful in implementing them as before. But it is also, I wanted to try and talk about it as relates to sort of cyberpunk and all of that, right? Because if you think of the sort of thing that people, like, so if you think of things that are cyberpunk and the things that people are worried about, algorithmic trading is like the nightmare that you could imagine. And there's arguments, there's some, as with any algorithm, there's an argument in favor and there's an argument in terms of dangers. So of course, this is an example of capital making more capital, right? You have this investment in technology, you have this investment in algorithms and the code that is being used purely for stock market speculation, and it's making, the rich richer. I'm not 100% sure that it can be fully reduced to that, because of course it is a group of very talented academics working on it. So it's not just that anybody with money could do what Renaissance Technologies did. I think it took a very specific collection of intellects. And at a time when I think most people thought that was an impossibility. Of course, now it is known, and it's enough to have its own field. Now, it is important to remember that plenty of quantitative funds have not met with that kind of success, and that there is a risk being taken on. So it is also possible that Renaissance Technologies just happens to be one that has been very successful, that they drew the lucky straw, and that the practice as a whole is still one that is fraught with quite a bit of risk. So you remember Simon saying that he capped the fund because having more money would distort the market too much for it to have the same return? Absolutely. And that's obviously not unique to Medallion. I know there are a lot of funds that run into that problem, which is they become so large that they can no longer employ their strategy successfully. I mean, to a certain extent, even like a more famous, maybe not counterexample, but a famous example of the opposite approach, Warren Buffett and Berkshire Hathaway, is effectively reduced to having to buy whole companies in order to sort of realize the returns, because it's just not really worth it. I mean, essentially, in this case, a lot of the cases would be sort of, I guess you'd call it private equity. There are some cases where he's bought. I mean, I think there was like the Heinz acquisition, which I don't think actually turned out, but I think there was that and another firm that they went in on and essentially took Heinz private. But that's definitely not unique to Medallion, and it's absolutely true, right? Because obviously, the prices are going to be set by the market. There's a certain amount of supply, and if your fund is of a certain size, and it's trading along a particular set of parameters, there's only going to be so much that you can buy before it starts affecting the returns. And I believe there's a certain obligation to people already invested in the fund, who you need to make sure that their interests are being represented, even if they're against your own, because clearly the more you grow your fund, the more fees that you can collect. But yeah, I mean, if you get into the cyberpunkness of it, right, it's computers doing the trading, making more money, and of course, because the computers are owned by people, it's the purest excesses of capital being made manifest. I think the argument that a lot of quantitative funds will make is that they serve a market-making role, and that they are identifying inefficiencies and assisting in the proper operating of proper functioning of markets. That essentially they're finding inefficiencies and trading them away. This stuff becomes a little bit less convincing when you have cases like the flash crash, which seemed to be the result of a bunch of algorithms freaking out at a moment. So you have something like Sobeys going up to some insane price, like $100,000 a share or whatever number it hit. Sorry, Sotheby's, the auction house is what I meant. Again, with these sorts of things, it's hard to say one way or the other. I mean, to a certain extent, the one problem with the algorithmic trading is that if the criticism is that it's too successful, I'm not really sure what the real foundation that there's something harmful happening in this. And then if it's a question of, it's like, well, there's just too much concentration of wealth, it's like, well, there are ways of doing that, right? There's some very odd ways that we tax stocks right now. Like if you own a stock and if you just kind of let its value accumulate over time and you don't sell it, there's really no tax on it. I think that's why people are talking. I think it's why people, are talking about things like wealth taxes, whether you believe in them or not. That's sort of the argument, because, there's a disincentive for companies to issue dividends now, because dividends will be taxed. Whereas if you have these gains that are realized and the company keeps growing and the value keeps going up, there's less of a tax burden on your shareholders. It's also why, in some cases, this idea of sort of repatriating a lot of wealth for companies, you will see companies take on a lot of debt that wouldn't necessarily need them under normal circumstances. But basically, by taking on the debt, they're able to pay out a dividend, which means some of that money is being returned to shareholders, but the company is not necessarily being taxed, bringing it back into the borders. And so they can either wait for more favorable tax treatment, or they just essentially work they essentially work the financial angles to ensure that debt's paid back in a way that minimizes the tax burden. And obviously the American tax system is set up that way, right? It's kind of rivalrous, which is that there is an expectation that the people being taxed are going to try and minimize that bill. And then, you would hope that the government make an effort to try and ensure that it is able to reach a certain amount of taxation. But the thing here is just saying that it works really well, I'm not entirely sure is the worst statement. At least in terms of comparing it to some, large, girthy gentleman with a cigar, making some bet like it's an Oliver Stone movie from the 80s or something like that. The fact that there's a human being who's really greedy, making that instead of an algorithm, I'm not entirely sure is necessarily a better call. And we've kind of recognized that stock markets have actually had a very positive effect in terms of creating prosperity. It's how things like the East India Company, obviously the East India Company's maybe not the best model of what we would want to see in terms of good results. But obviously there are very large undertakings that would not have been able to happen without the idea of shares, of having stock in a company, people pooling their resources and splitting out the risk. So, it's a tricky conversation, just because, to a certain extent, I'm thinking if you want properly functioning markets, we have seen how, from the transition from sort of the stock, the trading floor with all the people doing the hand gestures, to being moved to electronic exchanges has largely been a good thing. And moving from these fractional values to dollars and cents removed a number of inefficiencies that I think overall are helping allocate resources more effectively. But on the other hand, it's very hard to say that things like the flash crash are necessarily consistent with the proper functioning of financial markets. And every regulator's job is essentially going to be to try and promote useful innovations while also trying to make sure that markets remain effective and properly regulated. I'm certainly not someone who believes that there's no role for regulation at all. Irrepressible says, in your country, the richest man in the world usually pays no tax. So American, I'm assuming. And I know in the case of ProPublica actually just gave an interesting revelation in terms of how little tax is paid by the wealthiest, and it is largely due to these laws in terms of how stock is treated. But yeah, and this is a big challenge that all the countries of the world are running into right now, which is that you can try and introduce some kind of a tax regime which is trying to reflect the modern world and try to balance this stuff out. And I'll actually give you a personal example in terms of my own life and where the incentive lies in terms of different talent. and sorry, I will get back to the game. It's just I know there's almost certainly going to be dialogue that pops up, and I wanted to snip the thread before we went too far. One of the problems countries are running into right now is that if you put that law in, then of course somebody's just going to go forum shopping. They're going to just find another country to move to that doesn't have that tax system. And obviously there's a lot of talent in the world that will facilitate that because it's very lucrative work. And so there's some encouraging signs that there is going to be a little bit more international cooperation in terms of tax regimes, because I think there is a recognition that there is that this is a problem and that it needs to be properly addressed, and that doing so any unilateral action is not going to be effective as sort of a group effort. But obviously we're in a point now where it is quite easy for people at a certain level of wealth to avoid quite a bit of taxation. My own experience of this, like when I graduated, one of the jobs I was considering was a consulting firm which did transfer pricing, which is 100% that job of moving stuff around to try and minimize the tax burden for people. And I made a clear decision that I wanted to do something a little more public-minded. By the way, I'm not opposed to doing that work. But I thought as like, you know what, I'm not at the point yet where I just want to do that. I want to try and do something that is a little bit more in line with research and something that I think I can say that I'm doing something more than just, more than just kind of, maximizing some clients' the amount of money that they make. Maybe I'll do that one day, but like this isn't the first thing I want to do straight out of school. And the one drawback is that while I have had this more public-minded effort, and I took a job that was more in line with that, unfortunately, I have actually really struggled to achieve the kinds of things that I would find satisfying. I've definitely found some research programs that I've wanted to do embraced by my direct manager, but like a director was largely disinterested in it, and I feel largely squandered my abilities. It's one of the reasons why I'm working on more game data lately, is because I think at the very least being able to help out some indies work with some of their data is something that gives me some satisfaction. Whereas currently at work, I've moved into a new position, but even then, like I am definitely finding it hard to try and push the envelope, and I'm definitely finding there is a big gap in terms of skill level. Like it's, there is a bit of it. I think I'm going to sound like I'm really hard to work with, which I'm going to try not to bring across, but I definitely get the sense that at least from some people that there is a certain expectation that, the level that they are in terms of salary scale should be sufficient to invoke in a in a conversation about quantitative sides, where in reality, like we're all economists, we all took econ classes. Like I would like to see more mathematical arguments, particularly on some of the more narrow fields of specialization, because there are some things in which I can make a claim in terms of saying, there is a right and wrong answer in terms of how this is done, and it bothers me a little bit that there hasn't been any, there isn't a single equation in this document that we're discussing. It's all just sort of like, well, I feel it should be done this way, and it's like, this is like, there is a theory behind this, and I'm getting the impression that it hasn't been read, and that's fine, because like not everybody has time to read this stuff, but if you're going to be doing something, you should probably be doing it right, and at the very least, let's just admit we haven't done the required reading and go back and get familiar with it. But yeah, like it's hard, right? Because I really tried to do the noble thing, right? I wanted to try and do something a little more public spirited, and I wanted to try and do something that I thought had a research component. And unfortunately, that decision is one in which I have largely missed out on the things that I would find satisfying from such a position, and largely due to human foibles, right? This is why I find it hard to like really stick it to the CEOs as much as I want to, and as much as in many cases I think there are very legitimate claims against CEOs, but it's like I also need to acknowledge that there are really wretched people who are really making the world a worse place on a micro level as well. Like the fact that somebody got an excessive pay package. Like here's the thing to me, a CEO getting an excessive pay package is the shareholders' problem, and the shareholders are wealthy people, so it's a bunch of wealthy people arguing about like what's bad for them. Obviously, like pension funds and that hold stock too, and I wish that boards were being a little bit more effective in terms of reining in those excesses. But it's not like looking at, you know, the CEO's large pay package is, I don't actually think, the worst thing that's happened. You know, Uber, if Uber went bankrupt because it gave away too many free rides, at the very least, people like you and I got a lot of really cheap rides out of it before they went under. And it's the VCs that lost the money. But yeah, like this is the thing, is that as a, you know, I'd say moderately promising graduate, I tried to do the thing that so many people talk about, right? It's like, oh, you know, if only we had more of these people not going to like hedge funds or whatever, the world would be such a better place. And my actual experience has been that like somebody who is probably, you know, I have to assume I would have got, you know, I would have said yes and have done well at the transfer pricing job. You know, the consequence for me for doing that has largely been a fairly high level of job dissatisfaction, because the alternative is like there are problems that exist in these apparently other more high-minded institutions, and that people are actually making some fairly smart choices to go to places that actually appreciate the work that they're doing because they're making them lots of money. And obviously, until we come up with a better set of incentives for people, either through realigning the values or through, you know, any number of other ideals, like I certainly would find it hard to say to someone, you know, you should do what I did, because, you know, like maybe I just wound up with a crummy job, and that overall people would find satisfaction in that. But the fact of the matter is that like I made that choice, and it's not one that I necessarily think was the best one. Yes, Ellen. Well, I will definitely tell you, like, depending on how high up you went, like there's like some macro models are like, what I learned in undergraduate macroeconomics is very different from macroeconomics as practiced or what you'd find inside of journals. It doesn't mean that those models aren't very useful, but like one of the problems, I think where he might be getting to some of the macro problems would be a lot of them, there's the Lucas critique, and you know, some of them don't really fall under it. And there's been ways of dealing with it, right? There's this whole thing about rational expectations and trying to, you know, try to incorporate the insights that come from that into the later work. But it's also harder to do. Like, that's the stuff that you'll see in PhD level classes. There's a big, thick textbook by Sargent and Lundqvist called Recursive Macroeconomic Theory. It's a wonderful book. I've actually got 2 editions of it. I like it so much. But it's tough. And the thing is that these models are supposed to be abstractions of the economy, right? They're not supposed to be something that you'll necessarily base trades off of. It's based on the question that you're asking. But yeah, I mean, it depends on the model in the end, right? Because in the end I think even micro models, there's going to be arbitrary assumptions that you impose. If they're useful or not is a whole other question. Irrepressible 32 Tal, and then I'll get back to the game. Fundamental issue is that wages have become totally divorced from productivity all over the developed world. Wages are largely stagnant and wealth is accumulating only to the upper echelons. Yeah, actually, so I don't know if you're specifically talking about the observation that total factor productivity growth used to be correlated with wages, and the fact that that relationship seems to have been sort of disentangled. One thing that I think is sometimes not always appreciated in the conversation is there are measures of inflation, but then there are also the practical costs that people will be facing. Now, I don't want to say that CPIs are poorly measured, but I also know that there's also a certain degree of seniors politics that comes into play. So if you do something that changes CPIs to something that grows less, that means everybody whose pay is indexed to the CPI is going to see a lower amount. I did a paper on this, trying to like do a comparison between the producer price indices and consumer price indices, because in theory the increases in producer prices should transfer through to consumer prices. And obviously, if there might be some reasons to see those gaps between the two, but like the question is is there an example of maybe this bureaucratic inertia leading to certain measures of inflation being like a set of measures being adopted that are perhaps overstating it? Because again, like computing, obviously that's gone down quite consistent. There's a quality change, and if you don't make those quality change adjustments, it's going to seem like prices are going up over time, when in fact you are having a better quality of life for the dollar that you're spending. But you know, it is a tricky one, right? You are definitely seeing a lot of wealth growing at the top brackets, and it's, you know, like there's a thing in Piketty's book which I don't think is properly addressed, and I think it is a legitimate criticism of it. So I don't like fully buy the Piketty stuff, but it's hard to look at it and say that this is something that we would want to see continue go on for the full. Like I'd rather not see like the full realization of all of it. And, you know, again, obviously we're in a case now where there's a fairly tight job market, and I know there's reluctance to increase wages, but traditionally when labor markets tighten, and we have a reasonable expectation that there will be an increased demand for goods and services, that will hopefully result in an increase in the wages. If there isn't, then, you know, we need to find out why. You know, I definitely like if I put my cyberpunk hat on, I talk about themes and issues, and if I put my economist hat on, I'm like, well, I need to see the data and let's take a look, and like, what is our, you know, what's the set of assumptions we're running with? Do the results line up with a set of assumptions? Like, there's a lot of hard work to do, and I actually don't do a lot of labor stuff, so I'm largely lost on a lot of those things. But yeah, like obviously it's a huge concern that if we are able to generate so much wealth, you know, this is one of my things about international trade. I am very much in favor of international trade. I think there's a lot of very good arguments for it, but it's really hard to tell someone, you know, that will ultimately see their industry move out of the country. It's like, well, you know, we can't really retrain you because it's the same as if somebody, like, at the very least, we should be taking some of the gains that come from that trade to ensure that what's lost is sort of compensated or rebuilt. And I mean, that's kind of why we have politics, right? It's to try and make sure that we've created a set of rules and a set of laws under which we flourish. And that does mean that it shouldn't just be, well, I've got mine, so I don't really care about anyone else. It should be making sure that we live in a world where we don't have these tremendous disparities and see people, you know, we don't live in Nivalis, basically, where we see incredible poverty in the face of what should be, you know, a tremendous engine of economic growth. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, it's the Twitch side of things, right? And people do enjoy the digressions in some cases. It's just the you know, it's a question of what you're getting into.
Very vexing. I shall return to the Hova.
You know, Twitch is interactive, so like if somebody says in here, it's like, you're completely wrong. Like, you listen too much to your econ classes, you're ignoring the human element of this, and I am not okay with you just reducing it down to a set of stylized facts. Like, you know, this needs to be properly addressed, and it's not enough to just say, well, we need more research or whatever. And I have to address that. I mean, my answer might be is like, I don't have an answer to that right now because I don't have the immediate command of all the material. And I like that Cloudpunk does sort of bring out discussions on these. I prefer it when people are sort of going back and forth on it. But I also need to appreciate, particularly when people are watching things like Cultist Simulator on YouTube. So, for instance, I imagine Cloudpunk on YouTube is very frustrating to watch because people aren't able to participate in the conversations. There are sort of hot button topics that get talked on, and I know I don't cover them particularly well. I try to cover them honestly, but I don't reach conclusions. I don't necessarily contribute anything that can be labeled as an insight. And in the end, if you just like, if someone is looking for just a straight up playthrough of the game without any commentary, this is the wrong stream to be watching, or the wrong YouTube video to be watching. It's just I tend to find like that space has already been taken, and clearly a lot of the enjoyment for me is to be able to have people sort of bouncing ideas off of or contributing something of themselves into the game, right? Obviously, when I talk about something like algorithmic trading, and I'm able to turn around. Oh, actually, sorry. She sounded like she believed. Sorry, I'll finish the thought and then I'll read the other thing that Selen said. The big problem is, I like it when people come in and talk about stuff, and I just think that I need to justify my existence as a streamer, right? So I think being able to contribute something and be able to talk, if nothing else, talk about myself is added value. Because otherwise it's like, well, just buy the game and play it yourself, right? Like, I was actually kind of annoyed. There's a game that I really wanted to play, and I looked at the Steam forums, and apparently multiple seasons of this game had been sold, and the developer has not delivered on any of them and has missed the deadline by several years. And like in the forum, they basically said it's like, I'll eventually get around to making them, but like, nobody bought the game. They all just watched it on YouTube. And I'm like, well, that's a really crummy way. Like, the people who bought your game, bought your season pass to the game for something that you failed to deliver on. Like, this is not the audience you should be, like, scolding for watching on YouTube, right? Like, these are people who have a very reasonable expectation of delivery on something that you committed to. It's unfortunate that people watch the game, but, like, there are other games in this mold that, like Cloudpunk seems to have done well for itself, despite the fact that I'm sure that you can probably do a silent Let's Play and, and people will get the story out of it. I don't really like that style of YouTube. I really do sort of feel at that point that the developer is sort of being, the developer is giving everything and receiving nothing in those exchanges. But, everybody's got their style, everybody's got their preference. So, yeah, it's kind of how I navigate that. And, of course, it's fun for me. Like, obviously, there's got to be something that I get out of this, but yeah, Selen said she sounded like she believed that even macro models like central banks and such were used very arbitrarily, where people in positions of power could tweak parameters to get the answers they like. Yeah, so that's definitely, for me, that's a bridge too far. And the only argument that I would make is that for the most part, I would say that, especially if you take a look at what happened since the 80s, central banks have actually gotten very good at managing inflation. And I just think that if the models were such garbage, or if it was just a matter of... So obviously there's something about independence of central banks, and I know there's also people who think that, central banks are basically the Illuminati and secretly control the world. I'm obviously not going to say that that's what your professor believes, but I know that's another thing that people, people talk about. It's definitely not the case that, like, the president calls the chairman of the Federal Reserves and says, this is what I want the interest rate to be. I think presidents would love it if they could do that, because they, if they can't get their fiscal policy done, they'll just do it through monetary policy. But I would definitely say you take a look at what inflation was in, like, the 70s and 80s, and you take a look at inflation now, for whatever complaints about the arbitrariness of these models, I think there's something to be said that they've been very effective in achieving what the central banks have been tasked to do. And again, like, every model is going to be an abstraction, so it is 100% true that if you change the assumptions, you'll get different conclusions. But I would definitely say that there is a certain degree of explanatory power in some of these models that lead me to at least respect their use. Although, again, I'm not going to... it's not... We're not in Foundation, right? We don't have psychohistory or anything like that. Where else were we going to say? Ironically, clicked on the stream to say how much you're enjoying Cult Simulator. Sorry about that. Sorry about that, Irrepressible. Hopefully, at least this digression is interesting enough to justify its existence. You don't keep track of Canada very well, but 850,000 jobs added in June in the U.S. Great number this morning. Made me happy today. Oh, sorry, there was another thing. Where were we? I thought there was something. Oh, yeah, you'd also argue that the people in jobs move are too often ignored in the international trade thing, which I'd assume is positive. Yeah, well, it's tricky, right? Because we don't want people to be doing jobs that are not worth it. The challenge is, though, that job separation sucks. I would never want to lose my job. Like, I would like to move up to something better. But, it's obviously true. I mean, just consider what we're doing right now, streaming. Like, I genuinely believe the financial crisis of 2008, 2009 gave a huge shot in the arm to gaming YouTube, as a bunch of people with essentially no better prospects went online and started streaming their games. And there were a bunch of people who were unemployed and were looking for an inexpensive way of enjoying their hobby. And it created this new sort of section of entertainment, which has been very lucrative for some people and has given a degree of access to games which previously we didn't have before. Now, clearly, I wouldn't say I would want that many people to suddenly lose their jobs for seemingly arbitrary reasons. But obviously, there are shifts that happen, and you're right that people do eventually find other work. But obviously, I mean, again, if you're the most cold-hearted business person in the world, and you do not care at all about the drama of someone wanting to provide for a family and not being able to do so, if nothing else, just from the pure technocratic point of view, unemployment is undesirable because it is a misallocation of resources. And of course, more importantly, losing those skills and requiring retraining means that, of course, people are not productively contributing to society. They're not able to get the feeling of satisfaction of doing work, making that contribution. And I mean, like, again, we in Canada we had the cod fishery collapse in Atlantic Canada. And there's something weird, right? Like, get a grizzled 45-year-old fisherman, have some freshly minted millennial professor, explain how computer programming is going to change their life to them. Like, obviously, that's a tough pill to swallow, right? Like, I'm certainly not. I don't want to be indifferent to what a move means. But on the other hand, right, we also don't want to be at a point where we say we can't have the Model T because what would it do to the horse and buggy, industry? Just like how developers blame piracy for everything 10 years ago. Yeah, I mean, look, piracy was a much bigger problem. Was it 10 years ago? I feel like 10 years ago we still had Steam. But said she worked for the Dutch National Bank, and the experts were allowed to even freeze variables. But you're right, inflation has been controlled a lot more now. Yeah, I mean, it's a tricky one, right? Like, I'd put it to you this way. If it was precise enough that you could just stick it in a computer and run it on its own, which is, like, the dream of, like, monetarists, at least. I think this is what Milton Friedman's perfect idea of a central bank would be. It would be... It would be tough. And, like, here's the thing. Like, if you have to do something that's weird and hacky, if it gets results, I kind of need to respect that. I have definitely done stuff in, like, I'm doing some forecasts for game sales right now, and I have definitely done some stuff that I find very hard to justify on theoretical grounds, and it just happens to fit the data a whole lot better. And I'm working on that. I think there's room for my improvement along those lines, but like in the end, somebody wants a good forecast. They don't really care that it's theoretically sound. And so, you know, I allow for those adjustments as well. But clearly I need to defer to the expert who worked at the National Bank, right? Like if they feel if they feel like they've if they felt that what they were doing was not sort of above board, that if essentially that they were, that they were doing something arbitrary and for reasons that had nothing to do with managing inflation, I wasn't there, right? I only have their experience to go from. But, obviously, my counter, which is that if it was so bad, I would have to assume that like this badness at the very least seems to be quite good at at controlling inflation. So where else? The economic argument makes perfect sense vis-a-vis sending the bad jobs to lower income countries, but people absolutely hate it. Yeah, I mean it's a hard one, right? Like oh yeah, no. Obviously, there's overseas benefits to that sort of stuff. Like again, like it's in the end, the idea for the trade is that it's something that both people are finding beneficial. But if you only look at the macro perspective, you're not considering the individual. You're not considering the individual impacts. Like there are going to be people who do not have jobs as a result of offshoring. And that is unfortunate, and it would be, you would hope that prudent economic management would be to realize the gains from trade, which will exceed the losses, and ensure that at least some of that is put towards making the people who lose whole. It's a tough one, right? Because in a country you're dealing with unemployment, unless you're like North Korea, the country is not run by the economy is not run by the government. And so, you have to point, it's hard to point to the business and say, like, this one fell apart because of, because of the trade deal we signed, but not this one. And then, and then there's the question of who pays. Like, oh, well, you're gaining from it, so we're going to give you an extra tax as a result. It's like, oh, but we're not really, we don't actually have that many imports. We're actually gaining from something a little bit further down the stream, you're like, so does the coffee shop, so like, let's say there's a new company that specifically has come as a result of this trade agreement. Does the coffee shop that's now seeing a boost in, in business because they're located next to that one, like, is that considered a gain from trade? Should they receive the tax as a result of, in order to compensate the people who were lost? And what form does that compensation take? Again, this is why people should care about politics, because these are not easy things to answer, and there is an expectation that our representatives are going to go and find the best way to navigate this stuff. If they don't, then what are they there for? But of course, also politics very much involves hearing the other side and being able to forge that compromise. And of course, in a time where everything's reduced down to sound bites, compromise can be really bad. I still know people who, if the politician doesn't do every single policy they want, it's like, I cannot justify voting for them because, they didn't change the steering wheels from the right side to the left side of the vehicle, and they didn't do that, and so there was a betrayal of my trust. And it's like, well, then you're not going to vote for anybody. And like, what are you going to get there? So.
Don't move. I have a nano blade at the base of your spine.
Yeah, that's fair, Sela.
Do you feel it?
Affirmative. Were you hiding in the backseat of this hover long?
Drive.
I am not authorized to drive. Where is Hayes?
Drive. or I will sever your spinal myoma.
Very well. I recognize you. You are a reconditioned assassin android.
And you are a reconditioned customer services robot.
You work for the Det Corps now. Why?
For the same reason you want to join CorpSec. I need a new purpose.
Do you not feel bad for the people you kill?
I don't kill them all.
Are you going to kill me?
Yes.
I am afraid. Want to die. I was almost a full CorpSec officer.
You would probably have failed the entrance exam. You have very limited functionality.
Why do you not kill me right now?
I will take you to the vents, where it is quiet. That way it will attract no witnesses. I also seek to extract information from you. And the more time we spend together, the more fully my obfuscation algorithms will allow me to mimic you.
To get closer to your target?
Correct.
I will not cooperate.
You owe nothing to these people.
Nor do I owe anything to you.
If you do not cooperate, I will leak a list of your crimes to CorpSec. You will die with a criminal record. You will die a criminal.
Very well. How can I help you?
Where is the debt fugitive Rania?
Did you kill Hayes?
Irrelevant.
Not to me.
He was your captive anyway, a known criminal.
He was also a friend. Do you have any friends, Archo?
Where is the debt fugitive Rania?
Archo, go fuck yourself.
Oh, wow. I was not expecting it to go that way. That's really cool. I'm actually going to end it on that because it's an hour and a half in. I am sorry I was a little bit more like stop the game and talk. I'm going to try and get a little bit better on that, but I do actually really appreciate the conversations. Because the benefit to me, it's a little bit like the benefit to free speech, right? The benefit to free, I'm just going to bring the title screen up for Cloudpunk again because I need to find somebody to host. The benefit to free speech is always my benefit to hear where I am wrong and be corrected, or to hear another idea, not for me to project out my insanity into the world. But, oh yeah, sorry, this is the main Cloudpunk image. So it's not actually going to show up on the screen. But yeah, so like I always feel, you know, my job as a broadcaster is definitely to try and put on as good of a show as I can. And that means regardless of whether or not chat is active or not. But I will definitely tell you, one of the appeals for me is to be able to interact with all of you, talk about the ideas behind the game. Sometimes it means we make more progress rather than another, but I actually, the thing I enjoy the most is to hear a little bit more from other people. I may be the one who has the microphone, I may be the one who does extended dialogue, but it is definitely something that I appreciate because, again, just taking a look at the name, we have a number of different countries represented. By the way, I wanted to say a big kudos to the Dutch National Statistical Agency. I am rather fond of the work of Jan de Haan, but maybe leave that to another. We'll leave that to another chat. With that in mind, I hope if nothing else, the lack of gameplay hasn't turned you off City of Ghosts. We will be coming back to this game in a week, and I'll try and calibrate a little bit better so that I get the better ratio of ideas to game, because I also know for a lot of this stuff it was definitely 2 or 3 layers deep in terms of talking about cyberpunk issues. Obviously algorithmic trading is not directly part of Cloudpunk. On the other hand, it was something that came out of chat, and I personally think it's an interesting topic. I kind of wish that we could have covered it a little bit more. Yeah, no, thank you very much, Solid. I really appreciate going through. I'm Canadian, so I know a great bond between our two countries. I love the Tulip Festival. I wish I was in Vancouver, where the Tulip Festival doesn't happen, but I am actually very fond of the Netherlands. Whenever I play Europa Universalis 4, I always play Holland. I don't really play Holland in the way that history turned out, but I don't know. I definitely. I was as soon as I saw the reference to the Dutch National Bank, I figured we had good international representation. But yeah, we're definitely going to do more City of Ghosts. I'm liking this quite a bit, so I hope you all are enjoying it as well. Sorry, just a second. Just have a message to deal with. The plan for the next week, I think we're going to be the first Wednesday. Yes, so we're still on track for what I thought I was going to do. So basically, the plan is going to be Monday. We are back to Stellaris. I'm rather looking forward to taking a big bite out of that campaign. On Tuesday, we will have a new episode of The Elder Scrolls Oblivion, so that's going to be a pre-recorded episode. I decided not to do a rerun after all this week, so there'll be a new episode ready to go. If you want to participate in chat, you can do that. Otherwise, there'll be a high-quality VOD on YouTube. Wednesday, we're going to be back to Phantom Brigade. Oh, sorry, not Phantom Brigade. We're going to be back to Industries of Titan. See if we can get rid of some more rebel camps. So if you like City of Ghosts or Cloudpunk, if you like the visual style, I definitely recommend you stick around for Industries of Titan, because it's got a very similar voxel style, but as a city builder strategy game. And then, of course, if you're just here for Cloudpunk, that is going to be on next Friday. Now, if you will just bear with me, I would love to see if there are some people who we can host tonight. It looks like there are. So just want to take a quick peek. Okay, so it looks like there's a couple people doing Cloudpunk as well, but we had Static Saturn in the stream a little bit earlier. Oh. Okay, sorry, I just got another interruption. But we do have Static Saturn who's still live and playing golf with friends, and particularly with that group, it is actually quite fun to watch. So let me just take a second here to do the announcement. There is another streamer doing Cloudpunk, so if you want to see more of this individual game, you can definitely just click the game button and check out their stuff. I just don't know how far they are, so I figured Saturn would be a good person to send you along to. Okay, cool. It's actually working, so I gotta wait for the timer to come down. If you have any other questions or comments, now's the time to get it in. And of course, if you enjoyed the channel and you're not already following, I hope you do, because I'm always happy to see familiar faces in the chat. But I figured that probably went without saying. It's really the last thing that I've got. Okay, cool. We've got some of you for a raid. Have a good night, everybody. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for dealing with my monologues. And I will see some of you Monday, some of you Wednesday for Industries Titan, and some of you next week as we continue Cloudpunk. Until next time. Until next time. Come on, for crying out loud.